Just getting started. I mean, I right down to the last minute, but we are good to go. All systems go. Welcome to the show, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
In the beginning was the Big Bang. We are told that 13 to 20 billion years ago, everything that makes up the universe as we know it was spontaneously created out of nothing through an unimaginably violent explosion. But did it really happen as we are told? A growing number of astronomers doubt it and are showing why. This is their story, the story of the universe.
The observational aspects of trying to understand the universe, I think it's reasonable to start about 100 years ago. And about 100 years ago, almost everybody in astronomy, without question, assumed that the whole of the universe was what you could see in the Milky Way. Nobody felt that the universe was any bigger than the stars that you see in the sky, associated with our own local Milky Way. And that was the situation certainly around 1905, times like that. They're well-known people who propounded these ideas. 10 years later, Einstein first proposed his general theory of relativity. Now, when Einstein proposed this, it's a theory of gravity, which means that it's a theory which should represent the whole of the universe, because it's gravitational forces that are controlling the universe. Well, Einstein made this theory around 1915, and he immediately wanted to try and use this theory to explain the universe as it then was, the so-called Milky Way system. But of course, the idea of this was that it was a static system. That is, it wasn't contracting or expanding, it was a static system. And Einstein found that his equations did not allow for a static universe unless he inserted a certain constant in the mathematics, which became known as the cosmological constant. But what happened in the early 1920s was that a very clever Russian called Friedman in 1922 found solutions to Einstein's equations which allow the universe to either expand or contract. Now that was done in the Soviet Union soon after the revolution, and nobody in the West knew about this, I think. But in 1927, a Belgian priest, the Abe Lincoln, as he later became, also discovered these solutions. And he went to England, and his work was publicized in Cambridge and elsewhere, and the famous English astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington and others got to know about this, and they immediately began to say, how can this apply to the current universe? Well, in the same period, in 1929, Hubble made what I still believe was the most important discovery in extragalactic astronomy in the last century, or the last century but one. He showed that if you look at the spiral nebulae, the faint spiral nebulae, the shifts in their spectra are proportional to their apparent brightnesses. And this led very soon to the idea that this fitted very well with the expanding universe, and that indeed this is the kind of universe we lived in, that what we were looking at are galaxies, Milky Ways, further and further away from us, and the further away from us, the larger the redshifts, and if that's interpreted in the way that most people would interpret it, this means that they are moving away faster and faster. So this was the original idea by the 1930s the front page of the New York Times said we live in an expanding universe.
When Hubble made his great discovery, it was for galaxies like our own Milky Way galaxy, and they all followed the same rule, that the fainter they are, the larger their redshift. In other words, the faster they are moving away from us. This is known as the Hubble law, and directly led to the expanding universe theories. But in the 1960s, there was a new discovery, the quasi-stellar objects, often referred to as quasars. They appear as star-like points on the sky, frequently blue in color, and they have very, very large redshifts, implying that they are at huge distances from the Earth, at the very boundaries of the observable universe. Some astronomers soon found that a vast number of these strange new objects populated the regions around spiral galaxies, and were not only observable with radio telescopes, but were optical and X-ray sources as well. There were two properties of the quasars that were difficult for astronomers to understand using the expanding universe theory. The first was that if one plotted their apparent brightness against their redshifts, as one does for galaxies, one gets an unexpected scatter on the diagram, instead of the smooth curve made by the same plot done for galaxies. This seems to indicate that the quasars do not follow the Hubble law as do most other objects, and that there is no direct indication that they are actually at their proposed redshift distances. In fact, it is argued that if Hubble had first been given the plots for quasars, he and other astronomers would never have concluded that the universe was expanding. The second property was that quasars are very small, compact objects, sometimes only a light year across. So if quasars are really at their extreme redshift distances, they must then be the brightest and most energetic objects known to astronomers. So energetic, in fact, that untestable, almost metaphysical mechanisms must be applied to explain the phenomena. On the other hand, when placed at their observed distances, that is, in the neighborhood of nearby galaxies, their brightness and energies become normal, and no special mechanisms need to be evoked. This problem has led many astronomers to abandon the idea that all redshifts are due to their speed of recession away from the Earth. And if this is true, then there is no need for an expanding universe, and the Big Bang never happened. The questions arise. Is there a connection between certain types of galaxies and the quasar? Are quasars ejected from galaxies, and in fact proto-galaxies themselves? Is there some other astrophysical process which can explain the redshift discrepancies? One of the world's most controversial experts on the structure and morphology of quasars, Halton C. has for 35 years proposed just such an idea. For the heresy of opposing orthodox interpretations of the redshift problem, has had to pay a heavy price, the same price paid by many a scientist with new and innovative ideas. Dr. was forced to resign from his permanent position at the Carnegie Institute of Washington Observatories after the Caltech head of the Telescope Allocation Committee threatened him by saying, unless he changed his line of research, they would take away his telescope time. Due to this fact and his ongoing struggle against the established paradigms, is often referred to as the modern Galileo.
I remember when I sent the paper into, the first paper into Astrophysical Journal on the nature of companion galaxies, and I had a lot of them on the ends spiral arms, so I was sure that they were connected, and I showed that they were systematically redshifted. I sent that in with with naive, great expectations that people would be terribly interested and impressed on this. And the editor of the Astrophysical Journal at that time was Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar, who had a fantastic reputation as a master theoretician and also quite an incomprehensible theoretician, and a tremendously powerful figure in the field, and editor of the Astrophysical Journal, which is probably the most powerful position in the field. And he chose not to, in his wisdom and judicial fairness, chose not to send it to a referee, but he just wrote across the paper, "This exceeds my imagination," and he sent it back to the director of my institute, Horace Babcock, with the obvious implication, you've got to do something about this staff member of yours who's doing these very bad things. And so Horace called me down in the office one day after this, and I walked in his office, into the director's office, and I saw this paper lying in front of him with Chandrasekhar's scroll across it. And Horace looked at me and said, "Well," he said, "this is just too much, and you're going to have to start looking for another job." And so all I could say to him was, "Well, if you send me that in writing, please send me in writing." And I was waiting in great trepidation for weeks and months to get something in writing, and I finally never did, so I realized that he decided to give me another chance, so to speak. So that was fairly early in the game, and then some years went by, and there was the competition for time, particularly on the 200-inch telescope, was getting more and more heated, and people were saying, well, we can't continue to give time to this obviously incorrect and embarrassing research that ARP does. So finally they sent a letter to me from the allocation committee, including a number of the younger members of my institute, saying that unless I changed my line of research, that they would have to take away my telescope time. At that point, I considered the situation very carefully, and I figured that the evidence, although a lot more evidence could be gathered and has since been gathered since then, the important thing was not the evidence, because if it was true, it would come out someday. The important thing was the principle of scientific investigation, whether scientists could follow new lines of investigation and follow up on evidence which apparently contradicted the current theorems and the current paradigms. And I also felt that regardless of what happened to me personally, that this was the important issue, and that I had no choice but to resign on the point of this issue, so that if it developed, which I thought it would, that my line of investigation was correct, that people then in the future would say, okay, this was the wrong thing to do, and in the future we're going to have to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
The observers come in now with the belief that we live in a Big Bang universe, and therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way. And of course what goes along with that is that observers who would like to test this way find it very hard to get observing time and so on. I mean, this relates to the whole issue of whether the complete lack of balance in the way the observational programs and the funding are conducted. There's no question about that. I don't think that anybody would argue about it.
I've always said that the cause of the troubles is the American graduate school. You get one person who then lectures to his students in graduate class, and because you have a system, you see, when we had graduated first degree, we were independent. We could thumb our noses at the professor. And in fact, the best way to get ahead was to do something that the older people didn't agree with. But you're right, that was the way to do it. And but in the graduate school, you all have to learn what you're taught, what the professors are teaching you, and then those people go out and get jobs, and they have another graduate, their own graduate school, and it just tier after tier. You get a few places like Caltech or like Harvard, and they set the fashion for every place.
I think there's a problem with graduate education. I think
That goes into part 2. The links will be in the description.
Imagine if every puzzle on Earth was solved. Every why that we have pondered, but could not answer for all our trying, be mastered. Imagine if we all, God's ways, could clearly understand. Will this be reality, or is it just myth? Our thinking is like the streaming colored lights, flames flickering across the dark northern night. It was dark before we started thinking, and it will be dark again if we stop. Some claim that most questions in nature have been answered. Others think that we have only just begun asking. This is their story, the story of the universe.
plasmas are found virtually everywhere. They're found in solid state matters at very low temperatures. A flame of a match, a fluorescent light is a plasma. Fire in your fireplace is a plasma. The aurora obviously is a plasma. The sun and all of the stars are a plasma. Lightning is a plasma. In fact, 99.999%, as Alfvén used to say, of all observable matter in the universe is matter in the plasma state.
A plasma is an ionized gas. It means a gas consisting of charged particles rather than neutral particles, which is the constituents of a normal gas. The charged particles are electrons and atoms that lack electrons. So it consists of negative and positive particles that interact with each other by means of electric and magnetic fields.
The term plasma, as applied to electromagnetics, was first coined in 1923 by the Nobel laureate Irving Langmuir to describe the experiments that he was doing at the time. Basically, plasma consists of charged particles, the electrons and the ions or protons that we know in nature. It can also include charged dust. And in Irving Langmuir's experiments with the charged particles, he noted that they acted almost in a lifelike manner. They tended to develop cells. They acted very much in a way that indicated that they might somehow be related to life. And for that reason, he borrowed the term plasma from the blood plasma.
A plasma is like a society of individuals where all the individuals are interacting with each other through complex interactions like media, newspapers, television, and so on. And the normal gas is like a society where the individuals simply basically don't interact or interact at very short distances, very local communities.
The first effort to understand how plasma functions in the universe, to understand the plasma universe, was Christian Birkeland, who at the end of the 19th century wanted to understand what is the nature of the aurora.
Birkeland became interested in the aurora at the beginning of the 1890s, and it was, without a doubt, due to his work with cathode ray tubes. Cathode ray tube is a vacuum chamber with an electric current. So when the air pressure gets low enough, current passes through. In Birkeland's day, they didn't know there was a current because electrons hadn't been discovered yet. But in any case, Birkeland found an analogy between the cathode ray tubes and what he had observed on the sun.
We're studying for the first time the nature of electrons. And you had, for example, the development of the cathode ray tube. The cathode ray tube we're familiar with. This is what powers our computers and our television screens. You have electrons accelerated, smashing into phosphorescent atoms in the screen and producing light.
Already before this time, Birkeland believed that cathode rays came from the sunspots and struck the Earth, creating the auroral displays. This connection between the sun and Earth had been around a while, because scientists were aware that when powerful solar explosions were observed, for example, like the one in 1859, that a powerful magnetic storm was also observed on Earth afterward. And because of this, Birkeland concluded that the sun and Earth were connected, and that cathode rays were the cause, and also that there must have been an electric current between the sun and Earth that sent the rays.
Some people have said that science is a method for asking questions of nature. And if that's true, then we can say the Big Bang supporters are people who won't take no for an answer.
Over the last 2 or 3 decades, the Big Bang theory has become increasingly more and more speculative. One expects from a scientific theory definite predictions which can be tested by observations. If the observations disprove the predictions, that theory is supposed to be disproved and it should be modified or abandoned.
In science, we work from observation, from empirical observation that starts in the here and now and works outwards and backwards. The Big Bang starts from mathematical formulas, deductions that start from the beginning of the universe and to try and predict it forward. This is the same mathematical approach, mathematical deductive approach, that led 2,000 years ago to the development of the Ptolemaic universe. The universe, of course, which was Earth-centered, with the planets going around the Earth, with the stars in a crystalline sphere. What these theories have in common is that they try and derive what should be the universe, based on what perfect principles we can develop, what God should have made the universe to look like. And then they try to fit the universe into that perfect framework.
However, what has happened over the years is that whenever observations have come up which don't agree with the predictions of the Big Bang theory, the theory adds an extra assumption which is not at all tested, which is not at all resting on conventional physics, and simply assumes that that must be true.
The problem with that is that develops myth, not science. It develops a religious faith in which nothing in the real world, in the observable world, can contradict the faith in this structure, in the Big Bang. This undermines the entire scientific enterprise. The reason science has been valuable to human beings is because it allows us to predict nature in such a way as we can use nature in a predictable fashion in technology. To abandon this approach, which has served us so well, and to go to the idea that we can deduce We can read the mind of God, as Stephen Hawking says, and deduce from perfect mathematical principles what the universe must be, is to abandon the scientific method.
In standard Big Bang cosmology, you have what I call a series of epicycles. The Greeks used to have epicycles, which are known as circles whose centers move on other circles, whose centers move on other circles, in order that they could correctly describe the position of a planet at any given time. They found that in some cases they had to introduce many circles before they could get anywhere near the reality. These epicycles are the assumptions that have been put in ad hoc into the theory from time to time.
It's very small matter. What was dark matter? Dark matter was some matter that we don't understand, we don't know what it's about, we haven't observed it, but it isn't ordinary matter, so it doesn't enter into our equations about the light elements, and we can't see it as stars. But dark matter is 90 or 99% of the mass of the universe. This is what we call in science a fudge factor, when your equations don't work out.
I'd love to be able to do that with my checkbook.
Plus something. Well, in this case, this was a humongous fudge factor because it was 90 or 99% of the universe.
And you have to not only postulate that this matter has to exist, but it has to exist in quantities much greater than the amount you see of ordinary matter.
And I should emphasize that people have looked for dark matter. People have looked for dark matter since it was proposed 20 years ago. Axions, WIMPs, little particles that are supposed to be floating around in space, that we should, in theory, be able to observe as they pass through the Earth. Dozens of experiments have looked for these particles. Not one has been found. Again, this should be a contradiction. The way science works, you make a prediction, observation contradicts it, the theory should be rejected. But that hasn't happened. And the epicycles don't end. There's a problem with dark matter, even theoretically. Even though we can't observe it, there's still a problem with it, which is dark matter slows down the expansion of the universe. So the length of time that the universe has existed, the length of time since the Big Bang, should be shorter than what's indicated just by linear expansion. Well, the problem is it's too short. The prediction of the cold dark matter theory is that the universe should be about 8 billion years old. Well, that's a big problem. We can determine the age of stars in our own galaxy, in the oldest globular clusters, both based on very well confirmed theories of the nuclear evolution of stars and spectroscopic observation. And the stars in our galaxy are 13 or 14 billion years old. So it's very embarrassing to have 14 billion year old stars in an 8 billion year old universe.
In addition, they went into dark energy. Now, why did dark energy come in? Because if you take the present value of the cosmological constant and the cosmological constant which came out of inflation, you find that they are not the same. Not only they are the same, but you have to find that the difference lies in something like 108 orders of magnitude. Now, can you imagine a physical theory getting the answers wrong by a factor 10 to the power 108? Yet, the Big Bang cosmologists very coolly accept this and simply put in another epicycle by saying that there is a dark energy which has changed over the time by this factor. So we have to accept that.
Dark energy is some force, again, unknown on Earth, unpredicted by any theory that we have validation of here on Earth, that causes an acceleration of the expansion of the universe. So as the universe is accelerating, and it's older than appears on the basis of the dark matter theory, and it's 15 billion years old. So we solved the problem of the age of the universe by hypothesizing yet a third completely ad hoc epicycle dark energy. So now we have a universe which is 70% dark energy, 28% dark matter, and only 2% matter that we can observe through our telescopes and here on Earth. Epicycle is being piled onto epicycle. And in the process, what we call the predictive power of the theory is fading away to nothing. One of the most destructive features of the methodology of the Big Bang is that it conveys the idea that only experts can understand the universe. Only people versed in extremely complicated mathematics can understand the universe. That if dark matter, dark energy appear to be incomprehensible or even nonsensical, it's because you don't understand the mathematics of these complex equations. This is, of course, the argument of the emperor's new clothes. If you can't see the emperor's new clothes, then you must be either stupid or incompetent.
So this goes on, and we can find that the old Greek tradition of epicycles, which was even adopted by Copernicus and has been continuing in standard Big Bang cosmology. If we go by the history, the Keplerian orbits, which were elliptical orbits, very cleanly and neatly resolved the problem of planets. And the circles upon circles idea had ultimately to crumble down. Now, in the same way, I suspect that the Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Does this mean that the age of the universe is not what Big Bang theorists have implied? Could the universe be eternal after all? How much are cosmologists really able to know?
We are now in a stage which can be called a plasma universe. And we are simply not privileged to know what stage the plasma universe evolved from. We do not have privilege to that information. We do not know. We will never know. And this is one major difference between the plasma universe cosmology and the Big Bang cosmology that claims to be closing in on the final answer.
The universe described by plasma cosmology is quite different. Here we are talking about a universe with no beginning and no end, an infinite universe, continuously evolving, an evolution that is continuously increasing at an ever rapid pace. It is a universe in which there is a coherence between what we can understand in the here and now on Earth and what we can understand in the rest of the universe. A universe in which there is no real limit to our ability to understand more new phenomena. And a universe in which we can apply what we learn in the universe in present-day technology.
The basic difference between plasma and all other forms of matter, that is solid, liquids, and gases, is that a plasma produces electromagnetic radiation and also tends to filament. So that we would expect in a simulation, which is what we see, in an experiment, which is what we see, we would expect to see throughout the cosmos a filamentary structure that is a spaghetti of currents intertwining the cosmos.
We can use plasma theory derived from experiments in the laboratory, from the basic concepts of plasma instabilities, from Maxwell's equations, and from the well-known laws of gravitation, to describe and predict how the structure of the universe came into being and what that structure is. So the key question is, how could this structure come into existence? Now, in the Big Bang theory, the universe starts out extremely homogeneous, very smooth.
This was in direct contradiction to the plasma universe that insisted that the universe overall must be filamentary.
But what we have today is extremely clumpy matter. When I talk about these huge voids, the structure of voids, the matter inside the voids is less than 10%, perhaps less than a few percent as dense as the average. And the matter in the walls of these voids, where these filaments of superclusters of galaxies are located, is 10 or 20 times the average. So you have extreme clumpiness. Now, what's the problem for the Big Bang to explain this? There's a huge problem. There is not enough time since the Big Bang to form these structures. These structures are older, much older, than the time hypothesized since the Big Bang.
Now, again, in interpreting the observational information, we can again go to the laboratory, which we are privileged to diagnose in any number of ways, in any number of directions, and run any number of experiments, which you can't do with the universe. But we also turn to the supercomputer simulations. Now, what a simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma, regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is, millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies, or quasars, as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to the 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
Now, Alfvén developed a number of concepts that were critical to the whole understanding of the plasma universe. First of all was the basic concept of scale invariance in plasmas. That means there are certain phenomena in plasmas that don't change regardless of whether you're dealing with a laboratory scale of centimeters or a solar system scale of millions of kilometers or a galactic scale of hundreds of thousands of light years. What that meant was that time scales the same way as distance does. So not only does this mean that the phenomena of the cosmos can be studied in the laboratory, but because of time compression, the phenomena of the cosmos are essentially transient phenomena. It's funny to think of a galaxy lasting billions of years as a transient phenomenon, but it's analogous to events in a laboratory that last only millions of seconds. Another way of putting it, the plasma universe is extremely dynamic.
It's not going to be hypothesis. We've moved further than hypothesis. We've definitely gone into the second lake, the analysis, and we're well towards the third lake. Now, we haven't reached the third lake, of course, and perhaps, well, you can't with the universe because you can't experiment with the universe itself. Now, of course, we, like Alfvén, his idea, indeed you can determine what's happening in the universe in an experiment, but as far as producing universes, well, we're not going to do that. So we're going to do the best we can in the laboratory.
The universe that the Big Bang envisions and the universe of plasma cosmology are very different universes, and they have very different implications, and they cohere with very different ideologies of what is happening here on Earth.
The Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Cosmology Quest Parts 1 and 2 are very important viewing, especially to find out exactly what is going on. Why are they ignoring this? Why don't they deal with it?
Again, of the kinds of things I said in 2001, to give you a refresher on the electric universe model that I'm proposing, and then to talk about how that might fit with the kinds of things that have been uncovered by the comparative mythologists in the US, Dwight Cardona, Dave Talbot, Ev Cochran, and others. And it's, of course, just my view, and it seems to make sense to me, but it may not make sense to you, and I'm quite happy to discuss the sense or the nonsense after I've spoken. This slide I used to open the conference presentation in Amsterdam. I tried to gauge the audience's reaction to it. I said, does this send a shiver up your spine when you look at it? Because in this picture, Mars is about 100 times closer to the Earth than its present closest approach at about 15 million miles. The image is superimposed with plenty of lightning and so on at the Kitt Peak Observatory. And of course with that well-known quote. This is the book, or the first book in a series, which is available on our website, thunderbolts.info. And it's the first few chapters of a series. The second in the series will be the electric universe. But this one is a kind of introduction, and it also features some of the work of Tony Peratt, who I'm very pleased to say is in the audience and will be speaking after me. Both David Talbot and myself got our inspiration initially from Emanuel Velikovsky, who threw down the challenge to science of the day by proposing that electromagnetism had a role to play in the dynamics of the solar system. Of course, we all know what happened. It was many years later that I finally came to the big picture view, if you like, that electricity is at the heart of everything. In other words, all matter is made up of charged particles, and that their interactions at all scales is what gives the complexity and the wonders of the universe that we observe. The idea is, and this is rather heretical, this is supposed to represent a hydrogen atom with the nucleus appropriately placed here, and the electron shown to have structure. In other words, an electron is not a fundamental particle, it is a composite particle made up of subunits of charge. Now this idea came from Ralph Sansbury, who has been to some of our meetings and who I'd like to see along again. One of the requirements of this model is that these electrical particles are able to communicate at near infinite speed. Otherwise you cannot form stable systems of particles. You cannot form stable electrons, protons, neutrons. In other words, we wouldn't have the universe we see today. But of course, if you talk about communication at near infinite speed, you then have to worry about Einstein and the things that are believed as a result of his work. And in fact, you have to give Einstein's theories or his interpretations of the mathematics a miss and look at it all again. Of course, this kind of communication between these subparticles within normal matter has meaning for biology too, because it means that every complex system of atoms will have a kind of a resonance about them which is communicated to nearby and even distant molecules of the same configuration. So in other words, you start to see how the mind-body connection might work. And you get the impression also that the idea that nerves carry the signals around the body about what is going on in the environment is totally inadequate. I mean, nerve signals travel at speeds measured in meters a second. If we have all of the mind and the body connected at near infinite speed, we begin to understand how the amazing complexity of consciousness and so on may work. When we go from that level, we go up to space and we're looking at the interaction of charged particles in plasma. And this, of course, is Tony's area of expertise, and we'll hear about some of the amazing formations that plasma can adopt. So that's a very quick vision of how it works at the most fundamental level. In the big picture approach, of course, there are many aspects which have to be plugged in and fitted like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. So it embraces plasma cosmology, because I think that's the most complete description of what's going on in space. It embraces Halton Arp's discovery of the birth of galaxies in the form of quasars from the centres of active galaxies. This electrical model of matter, the structure of matter, also explains gravity and magnetism, because if you have these charged particles in an electric field, they will be distorted and form tiny electric dipoles. One form of the dipole at the atomic level creates magnetism. Gravity is the distortion of the subatomic particles themselves, the electron, the proton, the neutron. That explains why gravity is such a weak force, because the distortion of these subatomic particles is absolutely minuscule. Quantum weirdness now has an explanation. Instead of using probabilistic mathematics to describe what goes on in the world, and I'm reminded of Douglas Adams with his infinite improbability drive. With that kind of mathematics and underneath your physics, it means that almost anything can be said and explained away as being, well, there's a finite probability that it will occur. And I think that's hopeless physics. If you give this substructure to matter, you then have the possibility of explaining quantum effects, that is, jumps from one energy level to another, as simply jumps from one resonance state to another. Of course, that discards certain things along the way. If you take this view, genetic determinism goes away, because we're in contact with something outside, beyond the body. It also, the plasma physics view also shows us that we have a dramatic history of the Earth. It's nothing like what we believed before. And it seems to be offering a coherent big picture, because all of the discoveries that keep pouring in almost on a daily and weekly basis have no trouble in fitting this model, as far as I can see. And I'm also encouraged by others who look at this theory and then look at the news reports and come to me and say, well, it makes sense. We come to plasma. On the screen there you see a simple plasma ball demonstration, which you've seen in novelty shops and museums. And you can see there that the electric discharge in the plasma takes a filamentary form. And if you look at the ends of the filaments, you can also see that they seem to be twisted pairs of filaments. And this is important. Well, plasma physics and plasma cosmology, in my view, are extremely important, because plasma comprises almost 100% of the visible universe. Now, we live at the bottom of an ocean of atmosphere where we don't have to deal with plasma on a daily basis, although occasionally you get an electrostatic shock when you get out of the car and grab the handle and that kind of thing. But in space, the charged particles do tend to be separate and form this plasma, which then, unlike any solid, liquid or gas, which we're familiar with, it is conductive like a metal. It forms these filaments and bubbles and sheaths and has a magnetic field associated with it. generally if it's moving. Also, it can be recognised in space, even though it may be invisible to the visible spectrum telescopes. It produces prodigious electromagnetic radiation over large parts of the spectrum, which means that it can be detected by radio telescopes and, in intense examples, by X-ray and gamma-ray telescopes. You can almost see why we've gotten to this predicament of not recognising the importance of plasma effects in space by the fact that we've grown up in this electrically, effectively neutral environment. But that's no reason to continue this way. Once we discovered plasma in space, then we should have been looking at electrical effects in plasma to help explain strange objects like this, the centre of the Crab Nebula. Now that has all of the characteristics of a homopolar or a Faraday disk motor or generator. In other words, you have current moving along the axis and also in the plane of this disk. And we see this formation almost everywhere we look. Now I sat in on the lectures. I didn't do the exam because I figured it was a waste of my time. But I sat through all of the lectures of the postgraduate astrophysics course at University of London. And at the end of the semester where we did plasma physics, I went to the lecturer and said, when do we cover the subject of electric discharges in plasma? And he said, we don't do that. I said to him, I think you're missing one of the most important aspects of cosmology. And he sort of turned on his heel and who are you? So astrophysicists aren't taught this subject. It's really in the realm of electrical engineering and the extreme end of electrical engineering, I think, as Tony would say. But it means that, in my view, the cosmology of the future will be open to the backyard tinkerer, because you can actually get out in the garage, and provided you do a little bit of electrical engineering, you can wire up high energy devices to create discharges and see what happens. You can use an arc welder to scar surfaces and then have a look at it under the microscope at what goes on, and then relate that to things that are being seen in deep space. Astronomers are not doing this. I talked about the twin filament or filament pairs that Birkeland currents, named after one of the pioneers of the electrical nature of the Earth and the solar system, and it can be seen. So this double helix kind of arrangement can be seen in ejection of material from the sun, for instance. Of course, the astronomers say that it's magnetic effects that cause that. It's nothing to do with electric discharge. I was at a meeting of the National University where the director of the School of Astrophysics admitted that when we don't understand something, we blame it on magnetism. They were her exact words. As if magnetism did by magic. Now, we've already discovered these planetary Birkeland currents. Back in the 80s, there was an article in New Scientist which was headed, "Soho catches Venus by the tail." Now, this is a distance of 45 million kilometres between Venus and the Earth, and the spacecraft here, SOHO, discovered these strange stringy things. And there was no explanation for that, because it was felt that plasma from the tail of Venus would just blow and disperse like smoke in a wind. Instead of that, they found that it was kept into these very well collimated stringy things. And that's exactly what you'd expect of an electric current flowing from Venus away from the sun and impinging on the Earth. And this is important in how we achieve stability. I'll talk about that later. This is a very simple device which Tony knows quite a bit about. It's called the plasma gun, and all it is two cylinders of metal with an insulator between and a source of high energy, electrical energy. What you do is you fill a room with capacitors, charge them up, and then you have a special switch which you then throw, and the discharge begins at this end of these two cylinders and moves down this way. That's what this represents, the front of the discharge. When it gets to the end, it sort of balloons out of the end and then collapses back into the centre of the inner tube and forms a tiny donut. And all of the energy stored in that huge array of capacitors is concentrated in a little donut about 0.5 millimeter across. Now the electrons in that eventually get tangled up and the thing decays, but as it decays it fires this intense beam of X-rays and particles along the axis. Now this is a way of showing what happens when you concentrate electrical energy from a dispersed source down to a compact source. And in the universe today we see repeatedly evidence of very compact sources of high energy radiation. And it's blamed on things like black holes, neutron stars, and strange things going on in the centers of active galaxies. All it is a concentration of electrical energy. This is looking down the barrel of the plasma gun, showing the Birkeland pair filaments radiating out from between the two electrodes. And this is the plasmoid, where the energy is collapsed in. It's only 0.5 millimeter across in this particular experiment. We look out into space, and this is looking down the barrel of a planetary nebula. Now, Charles Bruce, the English electrical engineer and fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society, picked these as being an electric discharge phenomenon back in the 60s, I think it was, or maybe even earlier. Here we have a very good comparison of this plasma gun effect with something that's seen in space on a much grander scale. Now here's a stellar scale plasma gun, and can you imagine a jet like that extending from our star to 3 times the distance of Alpha Centauri? But this is what you've got. I've been to many meetings of the astrophysics department at the National University where they're spending an enormous amount of time and money trying to model these jets and explain how they punch their way out and still maintain that very fine collimation. And they haven't succeeded. But this is just a natural form of this plasma gun discharge effect.
The links to both of these videos will be accessible in the description. Strongly recommend watching the full videos to get the full amount of information that's available on this. I'm just touching on it. Follow up and it will be worth it. Thanks for watching.
It hasn't quite come up yet.
Okay.
It should in a... Yes, now I can. Righto.
That's Trump's Agenda 47 campaign platform, universal baseline tariffs to completely eliminate economic dependence on China. I was not aware of this. The mainstream media, well, I don't know mainstream media anyway, but nobody has ever reported this. Former President Donald Trump published another plank of his Agenda 47. Well, this is what it does. Just let me read this. Joe Biden claims to support American manufacturing, but in reality, he is pushing the same pro-China globalist agenda that ripped the industrial heart out of our country. Now, I heard that the Democrats are all beholden to China. What is up with that? Do you know?
I disagree with that.
Yeah,
and I'll give you my answer.
But Clinton got rid of all.
Yeah, well, I'll give you my answer. My answer is why countries like in the 80s it was Japan, now it's China, right? And I'll give you a simple answer why tariffs really don't work if you want to truly have a free market. So in the 1960s in Australia, GM was one of the major car manufacturers here. But you basically got a horse and cart with a motor in it. The Japanese started sending cars out here with radios, heaters, cooling fans, a form of cruise control. So everybody started buying them because they were a lot more comfortable. So what did the GM do? Instead of competing and producing a good vehicle, they ran off to the government and got tariffs put on everything. So I would say this, American manufacturing can be great again without it, by just producing good stuff.
Well, you see, because you're right, and I'll tell you, I remember when I first started working at Ford's, Local 400, my UAW local, they used to have these T-shirts, and it had a Japanese guy with a meatball dropping microwaves and stuff, and it said Pearl Harbor 2. That's how serious the UAW took it. But then after Japan, Nixon opened the door to China. Wasn't that a lovely thing to do? Because the Clintons sold out to the Chinese and sent all of our manufacturing over there and Mexico. Now we don't buy what we build. Because we build foreign cars now. That's the craziness of it.
Yeah.
They have
But what I'm
Nissan
saying, Greg,
factories and
is
stuff. It's crazy.
what I'm saying.
That's all
What I'm
highly
saying is.
treasonous. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, we get sold a lemon because realistically, those manufacturers could produce really good cars at a really good price, right?
Of course.
But they see it as it's easier because China doesn't have the laws on pollution and all that our countries have. So it's not the wages that was the big reason they packed up and left. It was the laws around the pollution, the design, and all them things. And it was so much easier in Asian countries because they didn't have those laws. That's why they're building all them things
If
over
you
there.
slapped a tariff on that car, then the American company, being the greedy bastards that they are, will come back because it'll be cheaper. You make it on cheaper.
Well,
they have a public responsibility to the place that they
I don't think so.
sell their cars. That's what
I will give you an alternative to that. I'll give you an alternative to that. The alternative is that will make the designing and all that of cars, so that will eliminate, and you'll end up like the Russians did, where they'll produce in the same vehicle like 40 years later, so you won't get development. And all the tariff does is allow them to produce the same crap and earn more profit. And you pay more for your cars.
Well, I don't know about you,
but we have tariffs out here, Greg, on vehicles of around 30%. We don't manufacture any here anymore. So when I go and buy a vehicle here, I'm paying a 30% tax on it before I even sit my backside in it.
Right. The price you pay for pickup trucks in Australia is just ridiculous. $100,000
That's right.
for a fucking pickup truck.
Yes.
That's insanity. Anyways, I just wanted to touch on this Trump thing that Ted turned me on to. And it doesn't matter if Trump is right. As long as he brings the job back, who cares who's right? He says China is the big beneficiary. Well, they sold out to him. We cannot let that happen. And just a couple of years ago, it wasn't happening. China paid to the United States hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other president got 10 cents, legitimately, 10 cents from China. My agenda will tax China to build up America. Now, I like that. That's the American tax system, not free trade.
Yeah, but you're gonna pay that. The consumer pays it.
Oh, dude, inflation is crazy. Have you gone to the grocery store lately? Isn't it lovely?
No, Teddy's dropped off again.
Can't get shit for $100 anymore.
That's right.
Bags of groceries.
And this might make it better.
That fell off. He's on, isn't he? Oh man, what happened here?
No,
well, I want to get Ted back on. We were having a good
some issues.
But I want to get him back on because I want you to address his submarine thing.
Well, let him talk about it first.
Okay.
Because we didn't record that.
Okay, we can do that.
And it's one thing and one thing only. It's like women are like, 51% of all voters everywhere on Earth, right? This last and this midterm election should have been a blowout for the Republicans, and it wasn't. It was very close.
Yeah, that's what
What made that election close? The answer is the abortion issue. There's nothing else. They don't have anything else that works for them. Okay? They don't have anything else that works for them. It's a phony issue. Okay? It's like, they're never going to outlaw abortions in the blue states. It's like, well, what is it they're worried about? It's like the worst possible case says that some woman living in South Dakota, who ends up having to fly or drive or take the Trailways bus to New York City or Detroit, more than once or twice for abortions might decide you'd be better off living in New York City or Detroit and not come back that last time. That's the worst case. We're not all going to die on account of that, right? Now, you ask yourself, what's the worst case? You know, if Joe Biden gets reelected, or we could all die in a thermonuclear war, or we could all starve to death, or, you know, or we could all die on account of Agenda 2030, or, you know, that's a good picture. I mean, I've got my own little collection of memes and whatnot. I've got two separate little collections of memes.
Rematch. No, yeah, Biden, Trump. I don't think so. I think it's going to be Trump.
You know, they don't even care anymore. They just said, fuck you. Have you seen this movie of Dinesh D'Souza? It's called 2,000 Mules.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you got to see that. I mean,
what is it about?
It's about the systems that they were using to deal with mail-in ballots in all those swing states.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Too many people, you know. I mean, Joe Biden is in the White House because too many people who were in positions to stop that bullshit either were too intimidated or too compromised one way or another. They were not able to act, right? And this includes like Supreme Court justices that Donald.
It's how he's closer to heaven and all.
Right. So, I mean, Donald Trump's having all those gigantic rallies, right? And Joe Biden sits in his mother's basement, right?
Yeah, it's just, I know. You know, he stumbled out there when he cut off all contact with Russia, which he should never do. You have the responsibility to keep that peace going. You can't sit out and go, he's what did he say? He's a killer. You know, I mean, what a great thing to start off your term by saying that and alienating the biggest other superpower in the world. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's like we could end up in a major war with Russia right now. It's like, I mean, like the British especially. Those people are horrible. I mean, Sunak, right? I mean, they're sending the Ukrainians like long-range cruise missiles.
That's crazy, man. That's got to stop.
I know.
It's got to stop. We're going to end up getting nuclear and you're committing suicide. Go ahead, Andy.
Teddy, can I give you my geopolitical theory on this, where it's heading? Right. So you had the neocon start about 5 years ago. Everything bad's caused by China. No different to in the 1930s, the little fellow with the moustache, everything bad's caused by Jewish people. Now, you've had China go over to Russia. You've had China go to Ukraine. I'll give you my tip. My tip is it will get sorted out, but at the moment, some of our Western countries are very reluctant to. Putin will give Ukraine back their land, right? In return, he will get an agreement that Ukraine won't join NATO. That lets him off the hook. And China will promise Ukraine billions of dollars of investment. But it won't be dollars, it'll be yuan or whatever they're using in the BRICS. Guess what? China will come out of this the winner. Right? I predict that the future will be that China will come out of this to protect the group, that they will strengthen their geopolitical stand on this whole thing. Because I've read reports where, like Putin's very reliable on China for so many things with Russia, and China the same with Russia.
Right.
So we've drawn them closer together. Right? Yep. And that's where I see the geopolitics of this going. So then we will have to the Western nations, which we're part of here, we will have to keep agitating at China because we will see that they're the ones that are causing all the problems when it's not. We're causing them in our own backyard. Why are we buying Chinese goods? Because we don't produce good quality goods anymore. You know, we just produce rubbish too, Ted. So if you're going to buy rubbish, you might as well buy the cheapest rubbish. You know?
Right.
You get where I'm coming from, Ted. Right? I think we're being led down a path. You know, we barrack for this top bloke or that bloke, some old man. I understand what you're saying with the abortion issue, and I had a read of some of Trump's 47 agenda, and I'd say this. You don't have to give people baby bonuses because that soon runs out. What you have to do is provide people with housing that's affordable.
Stuff that we were going over earlier.
No, we didn't record one bit of it. When you were talking about
Let's go
sharks and
back
stuff.
to the sea.
Yeah, you're recording now.
Yes.
You see,
what do you want to go back to the sea? I was thinking where we were at. Talking about Ukraine.
Look.
So what do you make of the war in Ukraine? Just touch that briefly.
Okay, there's a couple of different ways you could look at it. I mean, the Russians are winning it, and they're going to win. Okay, there's no way that you can. I mean, for Ukraine to want to start a war with Russia is like some flyweight or featherweight fighter wanting to get into the ring with Joe Louis or Mike Tyson. That's just stupid.
What about the people that say
they've got?
Guess we have our share.
It'd be like little Wee Wee Jones wanting to get into the ring with Joe Louis, right? And you're going to get all the neocons and all the NATO fops and all the neocon wankers going to be jumping up and down. Go, little Wee Wee! You can do it, little Wee Wee! You know, just in a couple of $100 billion more U.S. dollars, little Wee Wee. It's like we could do it. It's got F-16s, you got Challenger tanks, you got depleted uranium shells for the Challenger tanks. Everything's on your side, little Wee Wee. You know. Yeah. You got to be kidding. It's like, I mean, all you'll be getting in the Western media is garbage. Okay. I mean, I'm seeing like about a half dozen people that are worth listening to on the subject. This Douglas McGregor is worth listening to. What's the guy's name? Nixon.
Well, so what's going on? Just tell me what's going on with this war. Now, we got U.S. troops there that are being shot at. I don't know what the hell they want to do there. We don't have any
real numbers. We don't have any real numbers of U.S. troops. We've got advisors.
Just advisors? Okay.
Advisors and people handling things which the Ukrainians cannot handle, you know, which is going to be like an Abrams tank or like pieces of equipment that you know, I mean, it takes a long time to get up to speed with a particular tank or particular, you know, self-propelled artillery piece or with any of these things. It's like Douglas McGregor says that, like, as far as like learning how to fly a different airplane, you'd be better off to have never flown before.
So where do you see this going? Where do you see it ending at?
Two ways. I mean, either the Russians just steamroll the place starting in the summer when you can get dreaded vehicles rolling again, right? When the place dries out enough that you can have tanks and things like that. Okay, the Russians may just roll over them. It's like, by the same token, the Russians may not want to do that, and I can tell you why. It's like, so the Russians are sitting on 95% of the GDP of the former Ukraine state. And I don't even like to talk about Ukraine like it's a real country, a real nation. It isn't. The Russians call it country 404, right?
Why is that? Because it's not even a country to them?
No, there's no reason why it should be. It's not a real country. It's just something a bunch of Bolsheviks drew up on a map. You know, it's figment.
Why isn't, the question is, Ted, is why isn't Biden, I guess Putin could be president, why isn't Biden, I saw a bumper sticker, it said Putin 20 once. Anyways, why isn't Biden sending a peace process over there? What happened to diplomats and all that stuff? We don't do that anymore.
They don't want to do it. They blew up. They blew up a workable peace plan. They had a peace agreement that both Ukraine and Russia had agreed to, like about May of 22, right?
Why does Ukraine keep balking? What's the deal? What do they want?
Oh, they want all Russian personnel out of territory they consider to be theirs. They want all Russian troops, all Russian personnel, all Russian everything out of the Donbass, out of the Crimea, out of, these are Russian territories. I mean,
So
these are
the
ethnically Russian. These are, all these places, Odessa, these are ethnically Russian. Odessa's a Russian city. Look, you go back like about 300 or 400 years, right? It's like the official title of the Tsars was like Tsar of all the Russias. And that included a number of things, but primarily three things. Primarily Great Russia, Velikovsky Rus, which is like Russia, right? White Russia, Belarus,
Yeah.
a Little Russia, Ukraine, right? Which is the Ukraine, right? Or Malorussia, which is the
They
Ukraine.
want to be
right?
autonomous, though. So what's
I'm
wrong
sorry?
with it? What's wrong with
So
them
the
being
Ukraine itself. Look, the biggest celebration there ever was in the Ukraine was like when the Russians took it over from the Poles, like in the 1700s under Empress Catherine. Okay.
Oh, I
That was
see. So it wasn't always Russia. Because in World War II, when the Nazis came into the Ukraine, they treated them like liberators until that fat general put the kibosh on it.
Like where to start, right? I mean, you had like under the communists, under Stalin, I guess, like 32, 33, you had an artificial famine in southern Russia and the Ukraine. And you had the intentional destruction of the peasant farming class, which they called, the peasant farming class were called kulaks, right? And kulaks, it means a fist in Russian, right? But people call them kulaks. And this program to exterminate the kulaks was called Razkulachivanya, right?
Yeah.
And all that stuff was called, the Ukrainians call that a Holodomor. I mean, death by hunger, right? And they had like about 10 or 12 million people died, okay? And, but there's been an awful lot of water over the dam since that time. They should have gotten over it, right? I mean, communism does not hold sway in Russia anymore. It's never coming back. Russians got a 70-year look at communism. They know what it's about. They don't want any part of it. And, it's not coming back. You had like a legitimate elected government, like in 2014, of the Ukraine, basically sided with the Russians. The Russians made them a better offer than the Americans did. And Victoria Nuland and the neocons and the people that you read about basically engineered what they call color revolution, right? I mean,
is the Ukraine what about the Crimea? Is that part of Ukraine?
The Crimea is like a separate territory. It's like the Crimea, other than for the period, you see, Khrushchev as a bookkeeping mechanism, just, to save money or something, put the government of Crimea under Ukraine, It didn't matter like in 1954 because everybody were citizens of like the Soviet Union one way or another, right? But once the Soviet Union breaks up, then that does matter. You see what I'm saying? Once the Soviet Union breaks up, then Ukraine has no claim on the Crimea. The Crimea's people are all Russian speaking. They took a vote and it was like 97% of them wanted to join Russia, right? And Russia simply incorporated the Crimea into Russia. Now, the Ukrainians still think that they've stolen the Crimea from them. Well, that's ridiculous. Okay, Odessa is pretty nearly the same story. The Donbass is nearly the same story. The people in those two Donbass regions voted, like 90% or more to join Russia.
Well,
And
how much of the Ukraine has Russia invaded? Like almost all of it. It looks like.
as far as land area, about 20%, right? As far as GDP, like 90% or 95%. You see, that's the problem. And that also says that, like, the Russians do not need, and you asked me, like, what did I think was going to happen? This is the second version of it. The Russians do not need to go out into the field looking for Ukrainians to shoot. The Ukrainians have to come to them.
Yeah.
Okay, the Russians are sitting on 90% or more of the GDP of Ukraine. Okay,
I see. Yeah.
so the for Ukraine to succeed, they have to evict all of the Russians from all of that territory. It's not going to happen.
Well, I
I
see
mean,
that there's a 50-kilometer buffer zone.
yeah. Okay, look, it's like,
Hmm.
gee. I try to keep
How are the Russians
thoughts.
treating the Ukrainian people when they take over an area? Are they being cool to them, like treating them good, or are they killing them like the Germans did?
The Russians treat people well, okay? And in areas which are ethnically Russian, it's like the people want to join Russia. They don't want any part of being part of this Nazi government over there, like in Kiev, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after the color revolution and the coup, then the Russian or the Ukrainian military was taken over by the Nazi groups, right? They couldn't recruit after the coup because nobody wanted no normal people wanted anything to do with them. The only people they could get to join the military were the freaking Nazis.
That's what I heard. Yeah,
And
that's
I'm not
what I heard.
talking about like pretend Nazis or neo-Nazis or
No,
anything
real
like that.
Nazis. Yeah.
About real Adolf Hitler type Nazis, right?
Yeah.
Once they got into the Ukrainian military, they took it over, right? So that Zelensky originally wanted to do something halfway rational, and
So
Nazis wouldn't let him do it.
Ukraine is fascist then.
Yeah, the government
And
is.
that's
The
what
military
America's
is.
trying to be.
Yeah, look, it's like what you've got sitting there is a conflict between Christians and Nazis, and naturally the U.S. government plops itself down foursquare on the side of the Nazis.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That bothers the
And that's
hell
what
out
I'm
of me.
saying. That's why we need to change, man. We can't go on.
Yeah.
We won't survive another Biden term.
Well, we can't go on with this shit. And look, it's like this thing has the potential to make the neocons, Joe Biden, and all these fools, and all the NATO fops and all the neocon wankers look so stupid that God Himself couldn't save them. You know that's what you're talking about, right?
So you're a Republican, but you're not a neocon.
At this point, I'm telling Christians that they need to pray for a swift and total Russian victory in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's like the people that rule us today by means of stolen elections would like to rule the whole world the same way. And the only thing standing between them and that goal right now is the Russian military and Vladimir Putin.
We should be on their side.
I'm sorry.
We should be on Russia's side by rights. Then.
That's correct. That's correct. And we've just spent like $200 billion, somewhere between $100 and $200 billion. We've just thrown into this rat hole.
We're going to take their pensions over.
They say we're paying for everything that happens in Ukraine right now. Ukraine right now is dead broke. They're as dead broke as Red Skelton's old Freddy the Freeloader character.
We can't even cover Social Security, and they want to pay the Ukraine pensions? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's beyond ridiculous. That's beyond ridiculous. It's like
taxing us.
I wouldn't even know where to start. Yeah, it's like we've got like...
it's outrageous.
We've got large numbers of homeless veterans in this country, right? People have served in the U.S. military, got no place to go.
Yeah.
And you would think they would want to do something about that. If you were to divide this $200 billion up amongst all the homeless veterans, it would make them millionaires, each one of them. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you were
this area has been in conflict for quite some time then.
A long time, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like I said, it's not a real country. It's like you've got the western part of Ukraine.
It's like an outlaw country, like a gangster government.
Yeah. I call it a pseudo state, right? It's like it's an
And
outlaw.
why are we
An outlaw
lining up
king.
with gangsters?
Money. Whenever in life,
money.
whenever whenever in life something cannot be figured logically, you follow the money, right? It's like you've got you've got the military-industrial complex in the United States is the only thing that we still export. You know, the only thing we still manufacture and see that, right? It's like we've got.
You know that our media, our mainstream media, is owned when they are not allowed to say one nice thing about Donald Trump. He's been getting persecuted since he took office. They haven't stopped. They're raiding his house, indicting him, trying to give him to like die of a stroke or something, you know, really putting pressure. You got to hand it to him. He works.
Look, this is what I tell people about Donald Trump. It's
under pressure.
Look, Donald Trump's the only president we've ever had that's got the brains and the guts and the resources to take on the biggest villains in the world. You know,
he's got
people
balls.
like Rothschild, and stay alive while he was doing it. You see, it's like you've had three presidents in the past, which like Lincoln, McKinley, and LBJ or John Kennedy. That had the guts and that had the brains and the guts, but they didn't have the resources, right? So that's what you're looking at. I mean, Donald Trump is like a gift from God or something. This is
the CIA. The CIA came out with these two presidents. Their least liked two presidents was JFK and Donald Trump.
Okay, look, it's like, Greg, I'm like 3 years away from being 80 years old. Okay, and it's like
right, and you're doing it good, Ted. You're doing a great job.
And all that time, I've seen two presidents that I particularly like: Dwight Eisenhower and Donald Trump.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, and you're
anybody that would vote.
That's cool.
Yeah, anybody that would vote to replace Donald Trump with Joe Biden, I think, is a mental defect.
Oh, you ain't kidding, man. That guy is a mental. I mean, I haven't seen one good thing from him yet.
Oh no, there's nothing good. There's no upside to Joe Biden. I call him Pig Boy at this point.
Pig Boy.
Yeah, that's what he is as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
like a hell pig. You told me about the hell pig. What a crazy looking animal that was.
Yeah, we were talking. I don't know if you've seen pictures of them. Yeah, but you've got the hyenodon, you've got the hell pig, you've got all kinds of things that you would like to have that you're happy are extinct, right? And balanced nature doesn't miss any of those. Balance in nature doesn't miss the tyrannosaur, doesn't miss velociraptors, doesn't miss any of the carnosaurs, doesn't miss the terror bird, it wouldn't miss sharks any more than that. Okay?
It's pretty big
humans should be,
teeth.
Humans, from the Ganymede hypothesis, humans are aquatic mammals or quasi-aquatic mammals. They should be able to have the free use of all of the world's oceans. In a reasonable human world, it's like, humans eat fish. Fish don't eat humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to get rid of the sharks, and tell us why.
I want to get rid of them. Like I say, it's like
because you want to live in the water again.
Yeah, I think that you go back to Lyndon LaRouche claiming that that the planet really needs 100 billion humans, right? 100 billion human population. I believe we could do that, but we would have to take over the oceans in order to do that, right? I think once we, if I could ever
want
get
someone patrolling around trying to eat you when you're trying to live there. I get it.
Oh no.
Look at them things, man. It's freaking
There's
awesome.
nothing that a 4570 wouldn't take care of. Look, let me tell you how you can get rid of sharks. It's not that difficult. You got about 4 or 5 ways you can go about it. You can put out a bounty on them. Particularly the ones that kill humans.
Great, right. I mean, it's just an eating machine. All it does is swim, eat,
the white shark, the tiger shark, the hammerhead, the bull shark, the mako. There might be 1 or 2 others. The oceanic white tips. Put out bounties on those, right? Maybe a couple of $100.
But what about upsetting the ecosystem? You get rid of the predators.
It wouldn't hurt anything. You've still got killer whales, still got seals. You've still got seals eat fish. The shark is the ultimate trash fish of the universe. He's not really edible. It's like he attacks humans and you know, he consumes some gigantic quantity of ordinary fish that would otherwise be available for humans.
Just swimming teeth.
Yeah. I mean, you've got like several YouTube channels which do running tallies of the carnage, right, just inflicted by sharks. Right? One of them is called Sharks Happen. There's a YouTube channel called Sharks Happen. Yeah.
Okay, YouTube channel. Okay.
Just get on YouTube, type in Sharks Happen.
Okay.
There's another one which I think is called Final Affliction or something like that. There's several of them.
Okay.
You know.
And it shows what they do, huh? What they do to humans. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So what about your idea is to live in gigantic submarines? Tell me about that.
Not a normal submarine, not something like a U-boat, you know, that can go down 1,000 feet, you know, and carries torpedoes or anything like that. We're talking about a hollow tube, maybe 1,000 feet long, maybe 100 feet across.
But it's got to have air and all that.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be hard to do. You just open the hatch and let the air in, right? It's like it'd be made out of, you see, once they get used to the idea of building with carbon fiber and graphene and stuff like that instead of concrete and steel, then the cost of, you know, Donald Trump could build these 15 cities that he wants, you know, and he like lickety split. You know, as far as like buildings to put on land, I mean, they could be modularized, right? So where you just put them together like Lincoln logs, right? I mean, they would snap together. You know, it's like plumbing connections and electronic connections and electrical connections, water, and everything would just, the fittings would all just snap together, right? You could, you know, you could have something like the Hindenburg lift the pieces up to the higher levels. I mean, that's easy. The Hindenburg, I think, was one of the great inventions of the 1900s, right? It's like,
hey,
contrary to popular,
while we're still in the ocean, I got to tell you something. I heard that you could fit 1 trillion people into Texas comfortably.
Yeah, you could. It's like you could fit the whole present human population of the Earth into Texas.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be as crowded as New York City now.
Maybe that was it, the present population, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not
That's
talking
pretty
about
crazy.
People. Yeah, Lionel LaRouche isn't talking about 1 trillion. He's talking about 100 billion.
100 billion. That's still quite a bit. We're only at like 7.5 billion.
That's still quite a bit. Yeah, but here's what I'm saying.
You've been on the roads at rush hour?
Yeah, now look, here's what I'm saying. It's like once you get used to the idea of making buildings out of carbon fiber, then you could build these things I'm talking about. It's like the thing would look like a hollow tube about 1,000 feet long, 100 feet across, and there would be like a deck. On the top there would be a deck that would be about, say, 600 feet by 400 or 500 feet, which you could do in it. You could have volleyball courts, you could have tennis courts, you could have anything in the world, and then you've got all your aquatic activities after you get rid of all the freaking sharks, right? Get rid of all the sharks, get rid of get rid of the...
That's a shipping container.
Get rid of the jellyfish, get rid of every kind of, every stinging and poisonous thing in the world, get rid of, right?
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Right.
You can make houses out of shipping containers. I could get 2 of them, and if I knew what I was doing, could make it into a
houses out of what now?
Make them out of shipping containers.
See, I've seen pictures of people doing that.
Yeah, there's one
that
right here.
That would be splendid. What I'm talking about now, the safest place in the world during any kind of a catastrophic event is like 200 feet beneath the waves. Any kind of a major tsunami expected or anything like that, and just batten everything down and go down 200 feet, right?
Well, I think Andy has something to say to that. What do you say, Andy?
Well, the trouble I see, Teddy, with all these systems, they become confined. So you put people in these confined, they become a confined building. You put them in a confined area, and basically they lose touch with the bigger natural systems around them.
Well, no, look, I'm not saying
That's
go out
my
into the middle.
problem with these, because you're not going to be interacting with trees, grasses, all those things that are part of us now, when, you know, earthing us, you know, like earthing us and all that.
I understand what
and
you're
I
saying.
understand where you're coming from is what you're saying is there's plenty of resources available. It's how we use them that is really the issue. And I understand where you're coming from, and I also understand that you're saying we can have these things and people can still have the freedoms that we were expecting in, say, the 1950s. Not where now, you know, you got a social credit score, you got this score, and all these monitoring things. And, you know, just a few things I've looked at recently. I think the best thing you could do in America is get rid of that bloody Patriot Act. That seems to have stifled you more than anything.
Sure did. Look at that. That's
you
good.
know, I reckon that's worse than gun control.
Yeah, look, it's like
the
United States was still a halfway free country in 1950, right? But if you go back to 1880, you wouldn't believe how free a country it was.
Yeah, that's true.
You wouldn't believe what all you'd be seeing. You know, you wouldn't have the technology that we have.
But the feds didn't run things like they do now.
Well, it still would have evolved. Ted, the technology would have evolved anyway.
Yeah, the technology would have evolved.
It just wouldn't have been concentrated in so few hands that it's controlled by now.
Yeah.
You know, that's the biggest problem. It's all controlled by so few. And that seems to be the issue. We vote for our governments, but our governments aren't then technically respondent to us. They're respondent to, well, Wall Street. And if you have a look, I've seen a couple of days ago where the debt interest on the debt that you now have in the US is nearly $1 trillion. Well, that's roughly what you spend on your military in your budget every year. So
I don't know
you're
if
now going to have debt refund. It's 900 something billion, isn't it? That's the official figure.
I
right?
don't know.
So, but you get where I'm coming from. Your debt now, your interest payments on your debt are now greater, potentially, than the cost of that huge military system that's also got to be funded.
Well, we need to get rid of the Fed. We need to
Look,
get
they're
rid
borrowing
of the
money they're borrowing money to sink into this rat's nest in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true too. And I see yesterday where they're gonna reaccount the figures. So when they first started supplying weapons to Ukraine, they were supplying them at replacement costs, being aware that they have to replace these weapons for your own defence. Now they're going to do a fiddle where they're going to show them on the books as a cost that cost the US to produce them, say, 20 years ago. Then you'll have to go and produce them to replace them for your own defence. Who pays the shortfall once again?
Yeah, they're taking weapons out of our own stockpiles. They're taking weapons out of our own stores and sending them to Ukraine, and then paying the military-industrial complex companies to produce replacements, right? And then the military-industrial, this is a huge sum of money going into the hands of the MIC. Then the MIC gives, kicks money back to all these congressmen that vote for all this shit. Right now, like I say, in Texas District 27, where I live, you've got this Michael Cloud, who, thank God, is one of the 40 or so Republican House members who's voted against this stuff, right? But that's going to paint a target on him, right? In other words, they're going to try to get rid of him in primary elections. I would say at this point that anybody that you see trying to primary Michael Cloud is some sort of a criminal. I mean, that's what I would tell people living around where I live.
Yes, the Biden forces are doing that. They're sending ringers in to get people that they don't like out,
Right.
and they're
Right. No, I
financing
mean,
them up the wazoo.
right. I mean, George Soros is absolutely behind Biden. He's behind all these neocons. He's
Is that
behind.
dude still alive? Oh my God, what is he? 120?
Who knows?
People like that live forever, man. I swear. They got all the
who
latest
knows?
Well, there was a
stuff.
thing came out the other day. Where they said he had died, and Elon Musk put out a tweet, and then it came back later. No, he's still alive. He's fossilised, I think. Yeah.
He was 100 years old
But
in 2003. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Any
But
rate,
you know, Ted, you look at it and you go,
Looks like he's
well,
half dead.
we're racking up all these, and they say, oh, default on the debt or whatever. But when you do that, it hurts the little people on the ground usually greater than the big people, you know, up the tree. So, you know, I just say it's interesting. I wonder what your views are, if you've heard any of the talks that Robert Kennedy Jr.'s given lately on a lot of these issues, and what's your opinion on what he's sort of saying, because he's seems to be hitting the nail pretty well on the head with so much of these issues that you're talking about.
What is George Soros' main agenda, Ted?
World government, one world government.
Right.
So he's
That'd be
92.
right.
I thought he was older than that. He just looks older.
So what do you reckon about the work Robert Kennedy's been doing then, Ted? What's your view on him? I know he's a Democrat, but he seems to be.
I haven't really been able to keep up with that. The two things I've been keeping up with, you know, like health issues and then political issues, which include mainly Ukraine and this war this war between Russia and Ukraine, right? It's like this war between Russia and Ukraine is crucial. You see, the Russians may decide, like I said, they could just go for it all at one swoop, right? Or they may decide that they'd be better off just doing what they're doing for another 5 or 6 years. You see, the United States is being bled white, okay? And the Russians may figure, I mean, we've given Russians no reason to love us, okay? They don't have any reason to like us at all. And they may decide that, like, you know, if they just keep this shit up for another 5 or 6 years, you know, at roughly the same pace and tempo that's going at now, then that may bleed the United States so white that it goes away. You know, the United States would no longer be a significant problem at that point. That may be the thinking. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Somewhere along about the middle of June, you know, the first week, second week, 2.5 weeks into June, it should get dry enough for tanks to roll over the Ukraine. And if that happens, then we'll see whether or not the Russians decide to go for it or whether they decide to do. You see, I mean, there's a few other things they'd like to have that they don't have yet. They'd like to have Odessa. That's for sure. Right?
RFK Jr. was
injured. A couple other places which are ethnically Russian. But they don't really need that. Right now, they're sitting on 90% or 95% of what was the GDP of the Ukraine, right? So like I said, the Ukrainians almost have to come to them, but it's like I don't think the Ukrainians have the wherewithal to come to them at this point. You know, it's like they've destroyed the air defense systems of Ukraine. The Ukrainian air defense is just about gone. You know, they don't have any answer to some of these things. They don't have any real answer to these Iranian drones. They don't have any real answer for sure to the Kinjal, you know, the hypersonic missile.
Well,
Andy, the one thing
they were saying a couple of days ago where a Patriot missile had taken out one of those hypersonic
No, that turns out to be bullshit.
It's false. All right.
Andy, that turns out to be a false report.
Yep.
There's no
Yep,
way that
no,
a
that's right.
Patriot missile could take out a Kinjal. Okay, that's just not possible. You know, you just had one or two of the Kinjals took out a whole Patriot battery over Kiev, like a day or so ago.
Well,
right.
Well, they're also
just
saying that it didn't take it out.
Yeah,
They're
you just had
also saying
another
it didn't
Kinjal.
take it out.
Right. You just had
They're saying that what it did was damaged it, but didn't take it out.
Okay,
So
I've read that it took
damaged the Patriot system, yeah, but it didn't take it out. So it's fixable, is what I'm saying. It's repairable.
Okay, I don't know. It's like what I'd read that it was taken out. Now, the other thing that they definitely took out was that storage depot, like at Khmelnytsky, right? And boy, it's like the talking heads are having a hard time trying to figure out how to pronounce that one. Like an H and then an M.
Yeah.
Khmelnoy means drunken, you know, like in
What was
Russian,
it
right?
called? Storage what? What is a storage? What they took out?
They took out a gigantic ammo depot, right? And it's like you had like an explosion that was beyond. I mean,
Type in Ukraine explosion.
This was like if it actually was a conventional explosion that was a candidate for the largest conventional explosion of all times. It was 3 times the size of the explosion and be caused by one of those Davy Crockett nukes, which would be your smallest nuclear device.
Yeah, I'm looking at the explosion right now. It doesn't look like a nuclear explosion.
Okay. Did you figure out how to come close enough to spelling Khmelnytsky?
Oh, I just went Ukraine ammo dump explosion and it came up.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like a big...
Yeah, this was gigantic.
Yeah. Well, how do you spell that? Spell it.
Khmelnitsky. Khmelnitsk, either I or Y.
M-E-L.
I'm sorry?
Ski? S-K-Y?
Khmelnitsky.
Okay.
Nitsky. Khmelnytsky.
Okay. M-I-T-S. Okay. A-L.
Yeah.
M-I. Okay. Then K-H-M-E-L-S-K-Y, right?
No, Khmelnitsky.
N-I. Okay. Now I got it.
Khmelnytsky.
That's it. That's the one.
That's it. So.
Yeah.
That's a big bang. Anyway, it's a big explosion, Ted.
They've what appears to be the case is that the Russians have messed the ammo supplies of the Ukrainians so badly that they can't even get started with this counteroffensive that you quote unquote that you've been hearing about for the last 6 months.
Let's see.
Yep, that sounds pretty right.
Right.
Anyway, I've got to go and do a few things because it's the middle of the day
Yep.
here.
It's good.
I know it's evening time in your part of the world.
I'm going to be showing this next live stream.
But it's been good talking to you, Ted.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good talking to you again, Andy.
You still got your finger on the button. That's what counts. It doesn't matter how old you are. It's that you got your finger on the button. Yep. And like I said, there should be a lot of debate and discussion about these things, not I've got to take this side or that side. And that seems to be the issue. Everybody's got to take a side. So it's like going to a ball game and I barrack for whoever and I'm so busy barracking I forget to watch the actual game and see the plays and enjoy it. That's what this has come to, I think.
Well, I just hope it doesn't. I just hope it doesn't, result in the end of the world.
It could.
Yeah,
the potential for it is there.
I know.
It would.
Because we got to get Biden out of there, man. He's killing us.
Biden's got to go. You
Gotta
see, you got
go.
a couple of things that could happen. It's like the Democrats could end up getting rid of Biden before 2024, right? It's like Biden could die of old age, or or Odin could come down and haul Joe Biden away.
Shooting him up full of something to keep him going.
Yeah, or the Valkyries could come and haul Joe Biden away, or space aliens could come haul him away.
Yeah.
All
Right.
right, Dan.
All right, guys.
Catch you later.
Andy, you gotta go? Okay, buddy. I'll see you guys later then. Good talking, Ted.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that hard to get through. The sound was all jacked up. I don't know what it was. We were having bad connection problems or something. I'm going to come out and see you in a second and read some of your thoughts and get them on record. So I'll be out there in 1 second. There you are. So let's see what some of you guys have to say here. Hey Jared, what's up, buddy? It's good to see you. What happened at Roswell? Well, that's a good question. I've thought about that myself, Jared. I've wondered, was it really aliens? I mean, I don't know, but it could have been experimental human craft. I don't know. I'm just not ready to say aliens at this time because it's a convenient excuse. That's just my belief, but I could be wrong. We could be crawling with aliens, but the thought isn't very comforting. I'm not ready to go there yet. Fiber optic tubes for veins. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, actually that's kind of a synchronism because I was going to read a little bit of that from that just to see what's there from that one guy who wrote the book. What was his name? Thank you, Jared. Hey, Rick Carr. Shockwave, good to see you there. Buried Axe Blade, good to see you, Frank. Frankie! Let's see, who else do we got? Albawitch Wiggler? That's a good name. Like the dragonfly, it has 100% success rate while hunting. And what would that be? No impact is not limited. Aluminum, it's bunkered. Never mind, BlackRock changed its name to Wagner Took, hence name change. The spaceborne biochemoid, otherwise known as a UFO, could intercept anything we can come up with. They're at the top of the food chain. Well, here's something that I learned recently. In the 60s, when allegedly UFO came and messed with our nukes and took them offline. The thing that they don't tell you is, and I learned this from Joseph Farrell, that interesting guy to listen to. He said that the U.S. Air Force, who runs the nuclear missile tubes, hired the jet maker, Boeing, to try to recreate it, and they did. So, if Boeing was able to recreate it, was it necessarily aliens that did it? Might have been a secret space program, which I do think we have. But that might be comforting in a way because, we rule space. So maybe they might think twice about messing with us. But, who knows what they got, I heard that a Russian warplane completely took U.S. destroyer dead in the water by flipping a couple switches. It's all electromagnetic. And that's the thing, you know. Maybe they don't want to get into the electric universe because there might be something that someone could build a bomb to blow up a city. I don't know. That's just my guess, because why else would they ignore it? It just doesn't make sense. UFOs are living creatures. Well, you know, I thought about that too. You know, Stonewall. You know, I heard. You remember that guy Hynek? He was in the movie Third. What is it? Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He said that he rejected the thought that UFOs were nuts and bolts craft from other planets. He was saying that they were from another dimension, or they were observers. Observers from who knows? But there has to be an explanation. There has to be, because I mean, maybe there's a secret that, you know, for special travel from one star system to another that would just be instantaneous, because it'd have to be. You can't go linearly light years through space. 6 months went by. Yeah, we're going like the speed of light, and it's been 6 months and it's barely gone 3 feet, because the freaking star system is 4.5 light years. Now, with the Burnham model, that makes it, and I better look at my sound to make sure I'm not blaring. With the Burnham model, that makes, if you took the sun was a load of dust, then the size of a load of dust, then the next star, Alpha Centauri, would be a load of dust 4.5 miles away. I mean, that's pretty sparse. For someone to travel like from 50 light years, they would have to have some kind of all points in time are connected, right? That's how remote viewing works. They would have to figure out how to create a wormhole from one spot to the other and just be there. That would be the only way it could be done. That's just my belief. I think that we have the ability to travel in space without rockets. And Musk is a front. It's a front for whoever it is that don't want us to have the technology to, you know, oh yeah, look, a rocket backs up. You know, rockets are 70 years old. You know, so I mean, you tell me that in 50 years we went from horse and buggy to landing on the moon, and then for the next 50 years, nothing. It doesn't make sense. You know, and they don't want to tell us. And the Brookings Institute came out with that study that said people would give up on religion and this and that, or it would cause a panic within the... I doubt that. I don't think that's true. The people are stronger than they're given credit for. Of course, you'll have a few of them that might, but they freak out over everything. You know, so I don't so much agree with that. But I just wanted to get some of you guys' thoughts. Stonewall Research. Hello, Daryl. How's it going, Daryl? Wicked hard to be your French Foreign Legion. Yeah, those guys are pretty serious too. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes. Yeah, it had fiber optic vein. Yeah, I reread that. And let's see, what else do we get here? No moon trip after the first. You need fancy supercapacitors. Something. Yeah. And I don't know if I'd want to be flying around out there. Now they're talking already about mining asteroids and things like that. So, you know, I think that we need to be with the next 50 years like we were with the first 50 years. Okay, and we'd be living the Jetsons' life. That's what we were supposed to. That all just quietly died. Hey Greg, I do videos on living UFOs. Well, you have to... I'll have to check it out. Why don't you show me a link and I'll watch one. We're going to Red Pill, RFK Jr., about the electric universe. You know, I wanted to say something about RFK Jr. I learned that he was vax injured, And that's why he's not anti-vax. He's anti-unsafe vax. Donald Trump called him to lead a vaccination panel, and someone told him to call Bill Gates. And when he told Bill Gates, he said, "Oh yeah, who you got?" He's like, "You want to be on it?" He goes, "Well, I don't know who you got." And he said, "RFK Jr. is heading it up." He goes, "Oh no, you can't use him." And Trump listened to him. That was disappointing, because Bill Gates, come on, dude's a freak. He doesn't even know what day it is. He does, forget Bill Gates. He's just too drunk on his money. But here's the thing, RFK was injured from a vax, and my daughter was injured by a vax, so I can completely relate. He wants the vaccines to be safe. Now look what the mainstream media is doing to him. And they're just throwing rocks at him, and Trump too. It's going to be interesting to see which one they hate on more. I think they hate RFK Jr. more. Yes, he's a great lawyer. He's never lost a case, and he fights for the little guy. He fights for people that are facing big drug court, and things like that, and he wins. That's the thing. Now the media is trying to make it like kooky, and it's just they try to make him look crazy. And when the mainstream media is telling you something, you know what to do, right? You believe the opposite because they lie, and they're proven to be liars. That's just what I think. I don't even watch TV because it's just a bunch of nonsense. And they brainwash people, living like the Jetsons. Because of the work Brown and Tesla, the people thought it was going to happen. Then the U.S. military industry, that's all you got to say, took and hid it and covered it up with ET. That's right. I agree with you on that. Now, could there be ETs here? Sure. But I don't think they'd be from such and such star 40 light years away. I think they would come from another dimension. But, that's just neither here nor there, really. I mean, if they are coming here, they know something. But I think it's secret space. I think that more often than not, it's our guys. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take 2 minutes off to find the next video for you, and we can settle in. And I will be back, because I like incorporating what you guys think into the show, because it's important. Jasper, let's see, where were you going with that, Jasper? You said, then he ordered the Treasury to start printing U.S. notes. That's why they blew his brain. Yeah, you're right about that. Cold-blooded, premeditated murder sitting next to his wife. That's sick. Have you ever listened to the lyrics of the Bob Dylan song, Murder So Foul? I'm not a great fan of the song, but the lyrics, they got it. They hit it right on the nose. You look it up, Murder So Foul, Bob Dylan, and read those words. They touch you. And it's true. He wanted to get rid of the Fed, and 2 presidents tried that, Lincoln and Kennedy, and I don't think it's a coincidence. Jim Mars used to say that both presidents were shot in the head in public. Jared R. But like he said, vaccines, he says he spent 10 years getting mercury out of fish, and no one calls him anti-fish. That's a good one. Yeah. You don't watch TV? Yeah, that's right, Stonewall. That's right. Renegade. Let's see. Frank is the sitting Jeopardy champion. I wasn't able to write the game. I did write most of it out, but I got to put it into the game. So if we play Jeopardy, it's going to just have to be one of their categories. I like to do Electric Universe Sedentary. But let's see, just one more here. Daryl. Sig Heil Salute is antenna. Whoa. I made all that up. Cone antenna. Remember the cone heads? Are not Ukrainian salutes. No one is doing what TV tells them. Yes, that's right. They know now. People know now that the wool has been pulled over their eyes, and that's a good thing. Because if the mainstream media can belt it from the highest mountains, and nobody's going to listen, because we know that they're full of poop. All right, I'm going to go to a video now, so just give me 2 minutes. And man, that video, it was hard on the ears. I didn't realize it, because I showed it unedited, which maybe I shouldn't have done. But I advertised it and I had to follow through. So thanks for sitting through it. And I'll be right back. That was my son. He just won something.
Darkest of my days, the sunshine falls like the rain, and I'm trying to find myself, just don't know where to begin. These tears dry my soul, leaves me standing here with this empty hole, and I said to myself, cry me some tears, let all these memories just disappear. Darkest of my days, my tears fall like the rain, and I'm trying to save myself, just don't know where to begin. My fear drives my pain, leaves me standing here in the pouring rain, and I said to myself, cry me some tears, let all my fears just disappear. you stop my days.
Valeria Veneria. Introduction. Since 1924, the theory of the expanding universe was first expounded. The phenomena of astronomy have been viewed increasingly as intensely energetic. The notion of an explosive universe has been abetted by the identification of novas, the discovery of immense energy trapped in the internal structure of an atom, and the detecting of radio noises from vast reaches of space, signaling events so extreme as the imploding of whole galaxies. What began as a whisper in scientific circles of the late 19th century has become, in late years, a shout. Yet, for reasons that can only be called ideological, that is, reflecting a constrained cognitive structure in the face of contradictory perceptions, scientific workers, on the whole, have not heard the shout, I'll say. At the same time as the space and nuclear sciences have had to confront a new set of facts. The near reaches of space have been surveyed and the body of the Earth searched more thoroughly. The results confirm that the wars of the universe have been disastrously enacted upon battlefields within the solar system. Without exception, the planetary material that has been closely inspected exhibits the effects of extreme forces unleashed upon it. Mars, Moon, Venus, Mercury are all heavily scarred. Jupiter and Saturn are in the throes of internal warfare. An asteroid belt that may be called Apollo represents a planet that exploded. Nor can we exclude from the common experience this scarred Earth. Consistent with the panorama of catastrophes, and additionally supplying a new dynamic form in cosmogony, there has been developed a body of knowledge and speculation surrounding the phenomena of stellar binary systems. The first binary star orbit was computed in 1822, but not until the past few years has sufficient information become available to speak about binary systematically. Since the first discovery, a large proportion of observed stars have come to be suspected as multiple star systems. Moreover, many cosmogonists speculate that the solar system itself was once a binary system, or at least is now a kind of fossil binary system, with Jupiter exhibiting star-like traits. It may be pointed out, for instance, that the distance between the principal bodies of the solar system is comparable with the distances between the separate components in many binary systems. Hence, it becomes logical that a cosmogony of the solar system should be modeled after the theory that it was and is a binary system, a Solaria binaria, accepting and applying for the purpose of the model what is known and thought about the observed stellar binaries elsewhere. The explosive or catastrophic universe poses basic problems to chronology. The span of astronomical time have been increasing dramatically, even in the face of time-collapsing explosive events that reduce drastically the constraints upon time as a factor in change. Great stellar bodies exhibit rotations and motions that accomplish in hours phenomena that would, on a gradual timescale, be accorded millions or billions of years. It appears that one has to work with a paradox. Even as one studies a universe that changes over billions of years, one studies local events where changes are measured
in microseconds. Consequence, which is the last hope of casualty, is often strained in the straddling of time. When the solar system comes to be viewed in the light of newly discovered universal transactions, the idea necessarily arises that it has developed under time-collapsing conditions, time measures, radiometric, geological, and biological, that have been painstakingly manufactured to give billions of years of longevity to the system, must submit to a review of their credibility. The need to generate a new chronometry is enhanced by current reassessments of legends and knowledge that ancient and prehistoric human beings possessed. The authors would not have ventured upon this reconstruction of the recent history of the solar system were it not for the fossilized voices whose shouts about their catastrophic early world and sky sound louder even today than the shout heard in contemporary science about the exploding universe. Those anthropologists and archaeologists and scholars of ancient humanity who believe that these shouts must have been mere whispers confront the same impasse ideologically as those scholars who overlook the larger meanings of explosive cosmogony today. What the ancients said and did not say about the world are to be taken into account. Both their concepts of time and their visions of events deserve consideration. I agree. This consideration and the others advanced before direct this monograph towards resolving the cosmogony of the solar system into a model of Solaria Binaria, the last stages of whose quick and violent quantivolution have been witnessed by human eyes. The model stands as plaintiff, confronting the model of uniformitarian evolution as adversary. Although a note on method is appended to the present work, it may be well to stress in the beginning that a prerequisite of scientifically is the ability to suspend judgment on a case being tried. This is especially painful when one is exert on the matter at issue. Even so, a scientist who cannot suspend judgment must be deemed as incompetent as the judge who cannot suspend judgment while hearing a case in a court of law. Even so, a scientist who cannot suspend judgment must be deemed as incompetent as the judge who cannot suspend judgment while hearing a case in a court of law. As so often happens, what interests the public coincides with what interests scientists, impelled by an intuition that is common to both the multitude of persons and the body of scholars. The human mind today is moving into an area where the action is, for perhaps no more exciting and important a set of problems is to be found anywhere in the realms of science and scholarship. And development of the binary system. Chapter 1. The Solar System as a Binary. Contrary to the hypothesis that the solar system was born as and has evolved as a single star system, it is here claimed that the solar system was and is a binary system. The binary system was formed when the primitive sun fissioned. Several planets were generated in the neck of the fissioning pair and co-revolved about the sun synchronously with the companion. See Figure 1, dumbbell motion of Solaria Binaria. The binary system rotates like a lopsided dumbbell as it moves through galactic space, the space origins about the planets, and the companion as they also orbit about the sun. To be precise, all bodies in the system orbit about its center of motion, and with the same period. The remaining planets were generated one or more at a time in several episodes, as the companion became unstable because of a changing galactic environment, which we will discuss in Chapter 3. Jupiter can be taken to be the remnant binary partner. This quantivolutionary concept of a rapid developed solar binary system is consonant with observations of nearby star systems. To 17 light years, or about 100 million times the Earth-Sun distance of 150 gigameters. There are 45 star systems consisting of 60 stars and 7 dark unseen bodies. Among these are many physical binary systems. 61% of the 60 nearest stars are components of a double or triple star system. Inasmuch as we cannot judge the organization of distant star systems, this statistic may or may not characterize the starry universe. Even within our sample of 60 nearby stars, the star density and binary frequency drop with increasing distance. A suspicious fact. Nothing that we know of the Sun is exclusively a property of a single star system, or would be surprising if found in a double star system. On the average, the principles in a physical binary system are separated by approximately 18 astronomical units. At one extreme, separations of up to 12,000 astronomical units are deduced. At the other, the stars orbit one another with their surfaces in contact. We see Solaria Binaria as a double star system, evolving from the close extreme to a system showing increasing separation of the principles with time. The typical visual binary system that has been analyzed contains principles whose separations, periods, total masses, and orbital shapes are not markedly different from the Sun, coupled with any one of the major planets of the present solar system. The present solar system differs from other visual binaries only when the luminosity and mass ratios of the principles are considered. The observed features of visual binary system are not an inconsistent final state for a physical binary system evolving in the manner that will be proposed here for Solaria Binaria. The present mass ratio between the Sun and its planets would seem inconsistent with observed binary systems, were it not for the fact that these latter are all visually observed and do not exclude the potential presence of binaries, where the minor principle is undetectable presently by any observation. Further, as we shall show in Chapter 4, the brightness of the Sun and its companion was markedly different in the binary phase than in the present system. The currently accepted cosmology of the Sun and the planets is dominated by concepts of gravitation, great stretches of time, and the stability of stellar and solar system motions. In this cosmogony, one looks backward and forward in time, confident that the world has been and will be found in place under known conditions. As one assumes the order of things in accord with a 300-year-old theory backed up by centuries of systematic observations. Occasionally, but nowadays with increasing frequency, new scientific discoveries are surprising or anomalous within the frame of the cosmogony. For instance, devastation has been widespread both on Earth and the other planets, whose surface details are visible, because theories had not predicted such instability. These disruptive events are insistently termed episodic and localized, and relegated to remote times. As will be shown, the prevailing cosmogony of science cannot cope with increasing numbers of surprising and anomalous observations. Sooner or later, an alternate cosmogonical theory is invited. The mutant evidence suggests that a cosmogony can be constructed which does not require a long time to evolve our habitable world, within which major readjustments of the planetary orbits and environments are possible, and which redefines the set of forces that bring about change. We begin with the theory that the solar system originated as a binary star system and has evolved to the present as such. In the course of elaborating this theory, we shall have to develop and use new tools of analysis, a general concept of electricity, new ways of viewing the origins of the atmosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere, an unusual form of legendary and historical inquiry, and revised measures of time for the purpose. Accepting the notion that the solar system may be presently at the end of a long binary trail leads to a theory that the sun is electrical. This fundamental idea is the topic of the next chapter. The solar system as electrical. The sun, as star, radiates energy into the space surrounding it. Stars can be conceived to have originated from electrical cavities in the structure of space. Space, to our mind, is an infinite electrical medium. It is electrical in that it is everywhere occupied by a charge, which, when it moves, assumes the character of electrons, that is, negative charge, C note B. The movement energizes, carries material into the cavities which become and are the stars. Such electrical cavities or stars are observed in the millions and infrared in the billions, in a fairly random distribution about the sun. They form a lagoon of stars that is called the galaxy, through which the sun moves in a manner and with consequences to be described in the next chapter. Materially, a star is an agglomeration of all that has accompanied the inflow of electrical charges from surrounding space. The cosmic dust, which astronomers see throughout the galaxy, is matter yet to be forced into stellar cavities, or matter that has been expelled after a star dies. This dust is detected in greatest amounts in the vicinity of the most highly active stars. Once in the cavity, the material cannot readily escape. It acquires increasing density because of electrical chemical binding and electrical accumulation. The cavity, or star, is increasingly charged, but during its lifetime, it cannot be more charged than the medium around it. The sun is highly charged, as some scientists have lately concluded. Bailey, 1960. The life history of any new star may normally proceed as its cavity acquires first matter, then charges continuously until its charge density reaches equilibrium with the surrounding medium, which is to say that the cavity has then been filled. Thereupon the star releases or mixes its material with the medium until it no longer possesses distinction as a body. This normal procedure is conditional upon the stars transacting with the space around it in a uniform manner. The majority of stars seem to transact quietly with their surrounding space. Whether they are small red stars or giant red stars, they end their existences as they lived, quietly passing their accumulated material into the medium of space, eventually becoming indistinguishable from the medium itself. However, the fact that the star is in motion within the galactic medium possesses an occasional problem. It may journey into regions of the galaxy which present it with greater or lesser electrical differences than it has been used to. Then quantivolution occurs. The star becomes one of the types to which astronomers pay the most attention: the variable stars, highly luminous stars, binary stars, the exploding stars. It was in one such adventure in space that the original supersun lost its steady state, fissioned, and became Solaria Binaria. The system then consisted of a number of bodies acting first as small suns, with the primary partner as is to be related in Chapter 4. In recent times, according to the central theme of this book, this Solaria Binaria encountered a galactic region whose characteristics rendered the lesser stellar partner of the system unstable. In a series of quick changes, the binary was transformed into today's solar system. So basically, he is saying that all of the planets and the Jupiter, which was its binary star, came from the sun itself when it was a super sun. I get it. I thought that he was going to perhaps talk about the Saturn theory, but I don't think he's going to go there. We'll see. I mean, we're just reading a different take, Bruce, 1944, sees the process of stellar evolution as a cyclic build-up of electrically charged atmosphere above the star. As we see it, galactic potentials will determine the nature of the surface presented to the outside observer. As the star journeys through the galactic space, its surface nature changes in response to differences in galactic potential. A change in the local galactic environment can lead to an instability which results in catastrophic electrical redistribution of the whole stellar atmosphere, and sometimes of material found well beneath the star's surface layer. In short, the star becomes a nova. In this cosmogony, Bruce argues that binary stars form by division of an original stellar nucleus. When the star becomes a nova, the returning nova discharge transacting electrically with the normal outward flow of equal or greater than stellar wind off the star induces the outburst star to rotate. A possible reverse jet blast from the explosion might also cause the rotation to occur. Stars then should have a maximum rotation during the nova outburst. Fission of the star into a binary would then logically happen most frequently by rotational fission, Koppel 1938. Immediately after a nova outburst, close binary pairs should be found among the post-nova stars. The solar system is probably the descendant of a supersun, a body containing at least 11% more material than the existing sun, which became electrically unstable and underwent a nova explosion. When the supersun erupted as a nova, it divided into a close binary pair, whose primary became our present sun, and its companion was a body about 10% the size of the sun. See Littleton, 1953. Henceforth to be called Super Uranus. I did see Super Uranus. Enveloping the binary was a cloud of solar material constituting at least 1% of the sun's material. Also created in the fission were the seeds which grew into the so-called inner or terrestrial planets. Probably Mars, the Earth, Mercury, and one that will be called Apollo. Apollo's fate is discussed in Chapter 15. Turning our attention to the sun itself, we observe an opaque layer called the photosphere. This layer is regarded ordinarily as the sun's surface. Above the photosphere lies the transparent solar atmosphere, which is difficult to observe. First comes the equal or greater to the chromosphere, and then the corona. Perhaps the key to star behavior is the dysfunction between the photosphere and the chromosphere, which is examined and known by means of spectroscopy. Spectroscopy, that is, by observing and measuring its spectrum of equal or greater than radiation. The spectrum of the photosphere shows radiation produced when the atoms are equal to or greater than the ions and electrons of the photosphere collide, and therefore the spectrum reflects the state of atomic collisions there. The light is emitted during the collisions. It appears that the photosphere is a region of plasma and atoms where the motion of the material is chaotic, randomized. Collisions occur after short, mean, free paths of electrical accumulation. The electrical field is small. A high kinetic energy of collision is registered and the temperature of 7,000 degrees. Energy is transmitted with some, but not great amounts of conversion of energy into internal atomic structures, excitation. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the eternal energy of exited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms, moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed, vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind. mean free path is long. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the internal energy of excited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind mean the mean free path is long, twice, not short. The electrical field is large, not small, as in the photosphere. The photosphere, thus, is a region where the transmission of energy is observed. The chromosphere is a region where the transmutation of energy is what is observed. The temperature measurements of the two regions are not helpful in understanding the dynamics, because in one case temperature is low, where short paths lead to frequent collisions, and in other temperature is high because of infrequent long path collisions. But as important is the contribution of each region to the electrical system of the sun. Cooler regions called sunspots. The average sunspot lasts less than a day. Abel, 1975. Viewed by telescope, the whole photosphere, except where sunspots obscure it, shows a granular appearance. These granules are bright patches, hot tufts of gas that live for only a few minutes. Jurgens, 1979. The photosphere and the behavior of the solar atmosphere, which lies above it, can best be explained using a model based upon the electrical processes. Bruce, 1944, and later Jurgens, 1972, and Crew, 1974, have shown that photosphere granules have the properties of a large number of parallel electrical arcs. Further, Jurgens maintains that highly energetic electrons are transmitted from the galaxy down through the solar atmosphere to the photosphere. As in the Earth's atmosphere, the gas density and pressure in the solar atmosphere decrease with height above the photosphere, where the atmospheric pressure falls to a value equal to 1% of the atmospheric pressure measured at the Earth's surface. Collisions between gas atoms can no longer dominate the exchange of energy between atoms. Instead, it is the electrical processes that govern the energy exchanges in the solar gas. We see this transition as the hot chromosphere. The bladed or spiculed structure of the chromosphere consists of jets of gas moving upwards at about 30 kilometers per second. These spicules rise some 5,000 to 20,000 kilometers above the photosphere. Abel, 1975. Instabilities in the arc discharges lead to a buildup of charged regions in the solar atmosphere. These eventually produce electrical breakdown. Sudden discharges occur, causing bright faculae and the temporary extinction of some photosphere arcs. The result is a sunspot. The upper atmosphere of the sun is...
I gotta share something with you, okay? You know, there's often talk about, is there life out there? You know, I think it's probably more like, isn't there life anywhere? I mean, just think about it. Now we have this phrase we like to use, life as we know it. And actually it's quite good, because we know that there are certain fish that can live in deep sea volcanic vents that should be cooking, and they're living there. So we know about that. There's some kind of goo that exists. It's alive. It exists miles under our feet in complete total darkness. It doesn't even need the sun. I would think that's going to be more like the case. Now, if you take the sun, okay, how can anything live on the sun? Well, that's where we got to draw the line with life as we know it. There could be freaking creatures living in the atmosphere for all we know. That they're not going to be air breathers. And what if about other planets? Could people live on it? Well, they might. What if they breathe, like they say some alien came from Venus? Well, that was before they knew Venus was hot but Velikovsky told them that in 1950. But they didn't listen. You know, they had to learn it, and just, oh, wow, he was right. I'll just kind of put that at the bottom of the pile. We don't want anybody to know. That's what I'm here for. So, I forgot what I was saying. Well, anyways, so, you know, what I think is, and I've said this before, but I think it could be very true. The Earth could be an anthill at the edge of a freeway going into a huge city, for all we know. I try to keep an open mind. That's all.
Apparently intensely hot corona. The gas atoms of the corona have been stripped of several electrons by collisions with inflowing energetic cosmic electrons. The removed electrons are drawn towards the sun, so other ions can flow outwards into the corona, allowing the coronal ions to recede into the solar wind. The spectrum of the lower corona shows the atoms stripped of several electrons, emitting light between collisions, and the emission from the energetic electrons during collision. Sudden explosive eruptions called flares occur above the solar surface. Energy in the form of light, atoms, and ions is accelerated away from the sun. The energy in a single flare could supply the Earth's population with electrical power for millions of years. A large flare releases in an instant about 1/40th of the continuous solar output. Flares start near sunspots with associated faculae and develop over hours. They move as if driven by an electrical potential difference between the sun's surface and the higher atmosphere. Zurin and Abe. Once accelerated, the flare gases escape the sun and modify the solar wind significantly. The cause of flares is baffling to conventional theories, which underplay electrical forces and cosmic processes. Most flare models involve some kind of magnetic driver to blow the gases from the sun with great force. Babcock. The presence of magnetism implies an electrical source. As we shall show in Chapter 6, the sun once had an electrical connection to its companion, within which energy was released that created and sustained life within the binary system. Today's flares represent an undirected remnant of the inner companion arc of yesteryear. The solar wind consists of coronal gases which have been boiled away from the hot solar atmospheric discharges. It conducts the sun's electrical transaction with the galaxy. It is the sun's connection to the galaxy. The electron-deficient atoms, ions, by escaping from the solar system, increase the negative charge to the sun. This brings the sun towards the galactic neutral, and thus, in time, would end the sun's life as a star. It follows that in the past, when the sun was less negatively charged, more current flowed from the sun to the galaxy. Thus, the present flow of solar wind is less than the flow in ages past when the sun was more out of equilibrium than it is now. The solar wind varies with the ongoing evolution and quantivolution of the sun. In the past, the solar wind flow was very complex because we believed that the sun was a binary star and its companion, Super Uranus, was not in electrical equilibrium with it. The system eventually approached internal neutrality because a large solar wind, electrically driven, flowed directly between the two.
Okay, I gotta share
on the order of several hundreds of millions of years after accretion. An Earth-like planet supposedly takes another 1 or 2,000 million years, 1 to 2 gigayears or eons, to develop a stable lithosphere, which, when formed, allows the much slower evolution of a viable biosphere from the materials and energy available at the planetary surface apparent. To us, these processes seem too slow and rely too much on random occurrences to be viable. However, the processes forming stars and planets and leading to living things may proceed much more rapidly. Our cosmogony employs electrical cavities, charges, and forces to accomplish change. These procedure changes, which are much more powerful and are highly selective. Electrical force, as measurable by the repulsion between two electrons, compares with the apparent gravitational attraction of the same two electrons in the ratio of 10^36 to 1. Conventional models of cosmic processes employ almost exclusively the trivially force termed gravity to produce and govern the universe. Electricity is a greater sculptor of change because it operates more variably within a given cosmic setting. A simple lightning bolt can cause extensive surface damage, liberating megajoules of energy within a few meters of surviving observers. Only thousandths of a second are involved in the event, yet to an undisturbed geological surface may be the setting for a large number of biological mutations provoked by a radiation storm of cosmic origin. What gravity is supposed to accomplish in eons, electricity could quickly accomplish before the eyes of the earthly observer. Driven by the powerful motivator, electricity, quantivolution, becomes not only possible, but also essential. Furthermore, understanding of electricity's role provides a powerful new, unified explanation of the most observable phenomena. If the evidence cited in Chapter 1 has permitted us to proceed viewing the developing solar system as Solaria Binaria, and similarly if in Chapter 2 we end up viewing stars, and in particular the Sun, as an electric phenomena, then we can hope to inquire about the timescale over which the solar binary developed. To be more specific, we may have a stellar binary which develops over a short interval through some of the most significant phases of the history of the solar system. To tackle the problem of chronology, we shall, as we have done before, look to the skies for the crucial clues. We must, in so doing, introduce a seemingly radical conception, one which we feel can be defended with the evidence to follow. We assert, in line with the past chapter, that stars take their properties less from the material which they contain and more from the electrical difference between the cavity which creates the star and the surrounding medium of electrified space. See space infracharge, translated into more common astronomical language. The luminosity of the star depends upon its galactic environment rather than upon the amount of material which it contains. See behind, and to technical note B. The conventional notion that the more luminous the star, the more massive it is, was induced by Eddington from the analysis of a small sample of binary stars. As we interpret the same data, the more luminous the star, the more it transacts with its companion, and so the companion completes its orbit more rapidly. See technical note D. Unfortunately, Eddington's mass-luminosity relationship is well established in astronomical formalism. There is a problem inherent in Eddington's method of massing the binaries. He calls upon gravitational force and nothing else to bring about motion within the binary system. The problem is compounded when luminosities are introduced as a way to measure mass in non-binary systems. Luminosity can only be known where the distance to the star can be measured. Star distances are computed using the annual parallax produced by viewing the displacement as the Earth orbits the Sun of any nearby star against the background of very distant stars. The parallax measurement involves measuring the minute angle at the apex of an isosceles triangle, whose base is the diameter of the Earth's orbit about the Sun. Parallax angles are very small. The closest star, Alpha Centauri, is only displaced through 1.52 greater than arcseconds, or 1.52 arcseconds over the year. This parallax, the largest, was not measured until 1839, R.H. Baker. Parallaxes are difficult to measure, and they cannot be determined for stars further from Earth than 652 light-years. Such a small distance encompasses only 1,000th of the sphere of stars under close observation by astronomers. Thus, the majority of reported star distances and luminosities are derived by theory rather than measurement. Of the 21st magnitude stars, apparently brightest stars.
The method that they use to judge a distance between, like here, how far is it from here to Alpha Centauri? They have this system, some kind of a weird math thing with an isosceles triangle, you know. So it's boring listening to it. And he'll make the point that even How far they think the stars are away is a hypothesis. Mainstream has not had one successful prediction since its beginning. It's just pathetic, but they still cling to it. Okay.
Stars in the sky, only 5 are closer than 26 light years. The next 5 take us to 84 light years, the next 7 to 217 light years, and the next 5 to the measurement limit. In this sample are 6 supergiant stars. The parallax of one of these stars is only an estimate. 2 of the others are at the extreme limit. The last 3 are between 171 and 192 light years distant. None of the most luminous supergiant stars are in this sample. Thus, all luminosities given for such stars are estimates. Even where parallax is measured, the measurement is rarely precise. Uncertainties of 25% and larger are common, leading to luminosities which are most likely erroneous in the order of at least 56%, about half a magnitude unit. Near the measuring limit, the possible deviations grow immensely, often exceeding considerably the number measured.
It's going to get to where the sun was
Russell
and
diagram,
what's
the
there
Rosetta
now.
Stone
It's
of
good.
modern astronomy, plots stellar luminosities against surface temperatures, determined from the star's spectrum. Since the spectrum is often difficult to classify, placement on a star on a diagram is not always easy. R.H. Baker, to circumvent the difficulty, astronomers now rely upon color indices in place of spectrum classes. Such measurements are even more strongly theory-dependent than the former in terms of their applicability to stellar emissions. See Weiss, page 49. They are more quantitatively formulated, and therefore they lead to an unjustified sense of satisfaction with the computed result of the stellar condition. For our purpose, they offer no help. What we would say about the classification of stars is the following. In going from stars whose surface temperature appears to be high to those which appear cooler, there is a gradation of the lines present in the stellar spectra. The hotter stars show absorption produced by helium atoms. As we look at progressively cooler stars, the helium lines decline, and abruptly hydrogen lines appear. They increase in intensity and slowly decline. As the hydrogen declines, the lines of the metals and metal ions increase in intensity. Through the solar-type stars, they dominate in stars slightly cooler than the sun, only to be surpassed in the coolest stars by band spectra produced by various simple molecules, notably hydrides and oxides. And some of the coolest star compounds of carbon are prominent. Although astronomers may
he
continue to
gets
seek
pretty
a more precise
technical, and
classification
sometimes
for
it kind of
stars,
just
we
makes you
attempt to
get
employ the
heavy
traditional
eyes.
spectral types for the present study. Besides the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, that is to classify the stars, astronomers have also
If you
divided the
get
stars
past
into
it, it gets
populations
real good.
according to their location within the galaxy. Some striking results were obtained. Number 1. The most luminous and apparently hottest stars are found within gaseous clouds containing cosmic dust. These stars are confined in clumps, a thin plate that forms the equator of the galaxy. Similar stars define the highly visible spiral arms seen in other galaxies. 2. Bright, cooler stars like Sirius are located near the equator of the galaxy, but are not confined to the galactic arms. 3. The disk of the galaxy is populated with moderately hot stars, with 5,000 to 8,000 K surface temperatures. These stars resemble the sun and populate the arms, the spaces between the arms, and make up part of the stars that occupy the central core of the galaxy. These disk stars are the most numerous group of stars observed. I read before the red dwarfs were, but perhaps it's a different location in the galaxy. The disk of the galaxy is enveloped in an ovoid shell of red giant stars, whose spectra show fewer metals than stars of comparable type in the disk population. That these stars are mostly giant stars is usually explained by claiming that the smaller stars in the population are not likely seen because of distance from Earth. It is possible that the later are absent. Most of what is known about these stars is from the study of giant stars within star clusters, an intrinsically varying giant star, where the star's luminosity varies, in some characteristics, way over an interval of days to months. 5. The galaxy itself is embedded in a halo of cooler stars. Most of what is known of the galactic halo is deduced from a study of a few nearby small stars and 120 globular star clusters, which surround the core of the galaxy. One of these globular clusters, Messier 13, in the constellation of Hercules, has been described as a celestial chrysanthemum. Baker, R.H., page 451. The number of stars in this cluster cannot be counted, but estimates around 500,000 are made. Averaging this number of stars over the volume of the cluster, not precisely known, it would seem as if the stars are about 2 light years apart, much closer than the stars near the Sun. Some small halo stars are observed passing through the disk stars in the Sun's vicinity. Barnard star is an example. Yeah, those stars in them globular clusters, if they do have planets, which I'm sure they do, but life might not be very easy to come by there because of all the closeness of everything. Probably just get started and get wiped out, I would think anyway. Never know though. In summary, the most interactive stars and gas clouds form clumps, which are the galactic arms. Around the arms is a disk of less interactive stars. Enveloping the disk are variously shaped ovoids and halos, allegedly to be progressively more metal-deficient stars. It has been proposed that the stars of the different populations of the galaxy follow orbits about the galactic core, which are characteristic of the population. Supposedly, the arm stars have the most circular orbits. The disk stars follow slightly elliptical paths. The galactic plane, some are deemed to move inclined slightly to the galactic plane, like the asteroid orbits of the solar system. The halo stars move in strongly elliptical orbits with random inclinations to the galactic arms, like the comet orbits of the solar system. As they pass through the Sun's locality, the halo stars betray their presence by large annual displacements compared to the disk stars.
We're like a giant
all of the stars in the
party
galaxy are in motion. Since there is no standard of rest, all we can detect is the motion of one star relative to another. 2 streams of stars are observed moving past the Sun parallel to the Milky Way, the arms of the galaxy. The 2 streams move oppositely at the relative speed of 40 kilometers a second. The outer stream moving towards Orion, the inner stream to Scutum. These motions apparently reflect differences in the motion of consecutive galactic arm segments in the galaxy. The stars in the Sun's arm, we assume, move with the Sun at 275 kilometers a second, towards the constellation of Lyra near Cygnus, which is a motion away from the stars of Puppis. Looking only at the net motion of stars close to the Sun, we detect the drift of the Sun within its arm of the galaxy. This analysis reveals a motion of 20 kilometers a second towards the constellation of Hercules, away from the constellation of Canis Major. Isn't that the biggest star that we've seen? It makes the Sun look like the Sun makes the Earth look. Mihalis and Routley, page 103. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arm carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arms carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. In the extreme, only 1,107 years are required to displace the Sun 1 light year. So in 10,000 years, the Sun moves 9 light years, and in 1 million years, it travels about 904 light years. If our hypothesis is correct, and the stars derive their properties from the space in which they are embedded, then a look at the stars presently in the Sun's wake will tell us how the Sun appeared in ages past. Unfortunately, the path of the Sun over the last million years, within which we believe Solaria Binaria developed and collapsed, is not wholly within measured space. Luminosity assumptions need to be made during the first 2/3 of the binary's lifetime. The Sun's total motion now is directed away from a point within the constellation of Right Carina, the solar antipex, at 8.4 hours right ascension and declination minus 62 degrees. This antipex was determined by Stromberg using the radial velocities of globular star clusters. Just so you know the definition of antipex, the point of the celestial sphere from which the solar system is moving. In his sample, the Sun's drift and the galaxy revolution combined to produce a net motion of 286 kilometers a second, away from the antipex. 4 star systems close to the Sun, adjacent stars, are about 10.3 light years apart, each thus occupying a sphere containing 578 cubic light years of space. Allen, 1963, page 237. Given such a low star density, the rather large volume must be examined around and along the Sun's wake to ensure that some stars are included. We have constructed, therefore, a cylinder 13 1/4 light years in radius about the sun's path. Moving for 10,000 years through this cylinder, the sun will encounter about 5,000 cubic light years of space. In such a volume, there would reside about 9 stars or star systems at the average local star density over the 65 light year swath through space covered. By the Gliese star catalog, there are only 15 star systems. It appears that along the sun's path, the actual star density is only 27% of that expected. The sun entered the region included within the Gliese catalog about 74,000 years ago. Within that volume, our analytical sample of stars is reasonably complete. Beyond it, many of the stars located along the cylinder do not have published parallaxes, and so they cannot be located in time. They cannot be used in the analysis. The region of space which includes those stars, which now occupy the space once passed through by the sun on its galactic voyage, is represented on the star map by a cone centered on a solar antipax. The base of the cone in the present includes stars over 1/2 of the sky. As time progresses backward, the frustum of the cone projected upon the sky diminishes in area, figure 3. The frustum of the cone 500 years ago is a circle 76 degrees in radius, encompassing stars from Orion's belt across the south celestial pole to the scorpion's tail. Moving back 20,000 years shortens the radius to 36 degrees, thereby including the region from the feet of the greater dog to the centaur's right foot. The area has only a 13.5 radius 60,000 years ago. It shrinks to less than a 3-degree circle after 300,000 years. Through recent time, the sun's trail is very close to a straight line projected towards the antipax. It is shown in figure 4, and the stars included are listed in table 1. The stars accompanying the space inhabited by the sun through the current era, period of Solaria, and during the time of the late quantivolutions, to be discussed in part 2 of this book, are in this sample. Here we find the nearest star system, the Alpha Centauri triple. The largest star is very similar to the sun. Figure 3, stars around the sun's apex. Oh, it's awful tiny. I'll try to blow it up, see what I can do. The sun's path traced backwards through the stars of the galaxy passes through a cylinder of space whose axis stretches from the center of the sun through the point on the celestial sphere with coordinates 8.4 hours of right ascension and minus 62 degrees of declination. The edge of this cylinder, chosen to have a radius of 13.25 light years, is represented for different eras by the series of circles converging onto the solar antipax. Its first companion is 23.5 astronomical units away, moving along an elliptical orbit, Menzel. This star is slightly cooler and fainter than the sun. The second companion is located almost 2 degrees away in the sky. It is over 550 times more distant than the separation of the closer pair. Frequent eruptions superpose bright emission lines on its otherwise faint Class M spectrum. It is a flare star. Its flaring might be associated with some intermittent transaction with the pair of distant companions. Unfortunately, the Alpha Centauri triple is the only occupant within the space transited by the sun during the series of quantivolutions preceding the historical period. It gives us no clue to an understanding of that space besides learning that solar-type stars can exist there. Figure 4, nearby stars in the solar wake. I'd like it to be a lot bigger. I'm interested to see it. It's just so tiny. I'm going to try to find it bigger. The sun's path through the space, now accompanied by the stars listed in Table 1. I've always wanted to know this, so this is interesting. This space represents the region traversed by the sun while it quantivoluted from Solaria Benaria into the solar system we see today. The 3 remaining stars are all low transaction objects. This space we would suspect to hold a lower electric charge density than the space closer to the present. The closest of these 3 faint stars is located within the zone we believe was occupied by the sun in the time before the eruptions began, which eventually broke up Solaria Benaria. That instability of the recent past may well have been created as the sun passed between the lower and higher regions of the transaction, represented by these 6 nearby stars. The likelihood is that the sun, late in the period of the Pangean stability, Table 6, was less luminous than it is today. And I've heard it burned hotter, so, I guess take your pick. Stars behind the sun to 25,000 years ago. Alpha Centauri triple, star main sequence components, a dwarf. G, K, and M stars, emission lines in the Type M spectrum. Gliese 191, MO, main sequence dwarf star, 13 light years away. The Alpha Centauri is 4.3 years in the Sun's wake, 4,860 for Alpha Centauri, 14,750 for Gliese 191. Gliese 440, a white dwarf star, class A, 16.1 light years, 18,200 years in the Sun's wake. Gliese 293, a white dwarf star, 19.2 light years, 21,700 years in the Sun's wake. Stars behind the Sun. Well, in the Sun's wake, that is behind the Sun. Stars behind the Sun. Okay, we're still going. Gliese 257, Gliese 341, Alpha Mencey, 25,000 to 75,000 years ago. Gliese 269, Gliese 333, Gliese 375. Boy, Gliese sure does discover a lot of stars. 294, 298, Alpha Chameleonis.
That might be Chameleonis.
These stars are 25 light years apart. The Sun passes through space at their respective distances at the beginning and end of a 760-year interval.
The gist of it, I do believe, is that he is stating that how hot the Sun burns is according to where it's at in space. That's what I think the point he's making here.
Extending the Sun's line further into the past to the limit of the Gliese catalog, Table 2, we find no stars as luminous as the present Sun until we go back 54,000 years. Then along the path are positioned 3 stars that exceed the Sun in luminosity. The closest, an F3 subgiant, is 5 times more luminous. The second, primary star in a triple system, is only 1.44 times brighter. Its 2 companions are very faint. The last of the 3 brighter stars exceed the Sun's output 8-fold at the 75,000-year limit to Table 2. We reach the edge of the reasonably complete star sample. So far, there are no conflicts with our theory. Stars of different spectral classes are well separated in space. In fact, the cooler and hotter stars seem to be sorted. The Class M stars tend to lie above the Sun's route, while the Class F and G stars are below it. If our calculated course is correct, the Sun's past behavior as mirrored in the listed stars' present behavior would show significant variation in luminosity over the tens of thousands of years represented here. Noteworthy, there are no highly luminous stars thus far along the Sun's trace. Beyond 65 light years, the magnitude limit of the available star catalogs containing measured parallaxes limits severely the completeness of the star sample. We can list no stars that are intrinsically fainter than today's Sun, Table 3. The catalog from which the sample was taken only stars whose visual magnitude exceeds 6.25, whereas the Gliese catalog includes known nearby stars above magnitude 18. Almost all of these stars show some distinguishing characteristic. The majority are binary. Another has nebulous spectrum lines. These stars are positioned about the solar antipex in Figure 5. All could
Changing gears. BRB. in common with the Sumerian god, including some of a remarkable specific nature. To take but one mythical theme of hundreds available, the Makuritari Indians of the Amazonian rainforest tell of a time when the hero, Ahizahama, identified with the red planet, climbed a giant stairway to the sky. The fact that a very similar story was related of Nergal in ancient Mesopotamia suggests that the mythical theme originated in objective historical events involving the red planet. Yet, one looks in vain for a satisfactory explanation of this particular mythical theme, given the current order of the solar system, wherein a celestial stairway is not to be found. Neolithic rock art, however, offers countless examples of stairway-like appendages descending from the ancient sun god, thereby complementing and helping to illuminate the universal myth of a luminous stairway spanning the heavens. See Figure 12. The possibility thus presents itself that the stairway to heaven was a visible apparition associated with the ancient sun god during a particular phase of the polar configuration towards a science of mythology. With the goal of developing a rigorous scientific methodology for the study of ancient myth, the Saturnist would offer a series of basic ground rules deemed to be essential if researchers are to discover the true significance and message of ancient mythical traditions. First and foremost, perhaps, is the general proposition that ancient myth constitutes an invaluable and generally trustworthy source for reconstructing a valid history of our solar system. Far from being a leap of faith, this fundamental finding of the Saturn theory derives from several decades of extensive research into ancient myth and can be demonstrated using normal methods of logic and evidence. A second basic tenet would emphasize the comparative method. Simply stated, no ancient myth or primary cultural institution is fully understandable in isolation. Egyptian myth, to take but one example, is incomprehensible apart from detailed analysis of analogous themes and motifs. From ancient Mesopotamia to the New World, both of which provide the indispensable link to early astronomical traditions, all but lost in Egypt itself. Horus's identification with the morning star and Mars offers a notable exception in this regard and forms a close analog to the Pawnee traditions surrounding the red planet. Hathor's identification with the Eye of Ra, for example, can only be understood by reference to the widespread idea whereby Venus once formed the central eye of the ancient sun god. Note further that Hathor's name, which signifies House of Horus, captures perfectly the essence of the relationship between Venus and Mars, as illustrated in Figure 1. The planet goddess Hathor Venus, as the Eye of Ra, literally housed the warrior Horus Mars. It is little wonder, then, given the reconstruction offered here, that the Egyptian pyramid and coffin texts implore the dead king, as Horus, to ascend the numinous celestial ladder in order to join Ra and reign in the mansion of Hathor in the sky. I am Horus. Give me the ladder which you gave to my father, so that I may ascend on it to the sky and escort Ra. The third basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that ancient myth and ritual typically commemorate dramatic events witnessed by human beings. If myth constitutes a creative interpretation of the traumatic celestial events, in pseudo-historical terms, the flooding of the world, the warrior heroes consorting with a beautiful goddess, ritual, originated as a purposeful and remarkably fateful attempt to reenact the fateful events in question. Mars, climbing out of the celestial stairway, for example, was reenacted in countless sacred rites throughout the ancient world. The archetypal rite of the sacred marriage, attested already at the dawn of history in Mesopotamia, purports to commemorate the king's union with the planet Venus, Inanna. The original inspiration for this bizarre rite, as I have theorized, was the spectacular conjunction of Venus and Mars in prehistoric times. A fourth basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that historical evidence, together with consistent or widespread human testimony, must be given credence, even if a ready explanation of such testimony is not immediately obvious or appears to contradict current scientific opinion. Velikovsky's admonition in the preface to Worlds in Collision serves as a rallying cry here. If occasionally historical evidence does not square with the formulated laws
It should be remembered that a law is but a deduction from experience and experiment. Therefore, laws must conform with historical facts, not facts with laws. The famous controversy over the likelihood that rocks, meteors, could fall from the sky, a possibility denied by several of the best minds of the 18th and 19th centuries, might well serve as a prototype here, formerly dismissed as too ridiculous to merit serious discussion. The fact that meteorites occasionally fall to Earth from heaven was well known to the ancient Sumerians. All but lost for several millennia, such knowledge is once again commonplace amongst schoolboys everywhere. Equally lesson-laden is the ongoing controversy over the possibility that rocks from Mars could somehow find their way to Earth, fervently denied by various leading authorities until quite recently, circa 1987. The eventual triumph of the Martian meteorite hypothesis is yet another classic example of the leading paradigms of the scientific age being instantly overturned by a series of anomalous findings. Such examples could be multiplied ad infinitum. Science, much like religion, proves to be notoriously malleable in this regard. What is considered impossible or futuristic by one generation might well come to be accepted by future generations unencumbered by similar prejudices. A fifth basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that recurring anomalies in ancient myth and tradition offer a key to discover. Certainly, it is most unlikely that one culture would invent traditions of fire-breathing dragons or witches that once threatened to eclipse the ancient sun god. Yet, when one finds the very same improbable motif from one ancient culture to another, logic suggests that something other than fantasy and coincidence is at work here, unencumbered by similar prejudices. A sixth central tenet of the Saturn theory holds that the history and evolution of the polar configuration constitutes nothing less than the history of the gods. The birth of the warrior hero, the warlike rampage of the mother goddess, the death or eclipse of the primeval sun god, and 1,000 different themes alike, all have their inspiration that it lacked a viable model of heredity. The most fundamental question surrounding the biochemical mechanism situation surrounds the Saturn theory, in my opinion. Here, too, the historical evidence is unequivocal that various planets once participated in a polar configuration and wreaked havoc with the inner solar system. The question is, how are we to understand these tumultuous historical events from the standpoint of physics? F. Cochran. It's a good read. The one biggest hurdle for me is how could the ancients worship these bloodthirsty killers they got when it would be a speck in the sky that takes 29 years to orbit the sun? As they say, that dog don't hunt. That is the biggest conundrum of all. And also all the worldwide iconography, and it's all still with us today. It's amazing how much Saturn is in our culture. Alright, that'll do it for me. Thank you for all of you that have donated, and please like, share, and comment on this video so more people can see it. Take care. I'll see you on down the road. Or a bear to me. Move. I'm still working on it. I'll show it to you. It's coming up.
these three girls. It's one little move. They're gonna do it right when they get back up. She almost tripped, it looks like. Right here, this move. Yeah. That's good stuff. Love dancers. It doesn't matter what sex. They're cool to watch. I like the guys too. You know, they do all that animation dancing like non-stop and Papa John. They're good guys. They're good dancers. Fun to watch because you know they make dancing like fun. It's cool. And plus, they got to be in great shape to do that. I had a really good practice today. I was slamming the ball and I was pitching good. What I'm gonna do is I have a GoPro. I'm gonna rig up a hat thing and try to record the game. And then I'll put it on YouTube. That would be fun. Might do that. Okay, I'm thinking. I'm going to come out and see you and talk to you, see what you think.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind. The first part of what collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
If he comes into conjunction with Saturn, it means the holy books, that is, Judaism, which is older than the others, just as Saturn is the father of the planets.
Modern Hermetists.
If Jupiter comes into conjunction with Mars, it means the Chaldean law, which teaches the worship of fire. If it is with the Sun, it means the Egyptian law, which means that one worships the celestial army led by the sun. If with Venus, it means the law of the Saracens, which is pleasure-loving and lascivious. And if it is with Mercury, the mercurial law, which is Christianity, until, at last, the law of the moon will come to disturb it, and that is the sect of the Antichrist. It should be mentioned that this theory would later be explicitly rejected by Ficino, on account of its overly deterministic character. In Begatrix, however, each of the planets have their own respective religions to govern, but the planet-to-religion breakdown differs somewhat from that of Abu Mashar's Great Conjunction scheme. Begatrix's breakdown is as follows: Saturn, Judaism; Jupiter, Christianity; Mars, heresy and apostasy; the Sun, paganism or Sabaeanism; Venus, Islam; Mercury, philosophy, materialism and skepticism; and the Moon, those who worship idols and images. What the theory of great conjunctions and Begatrix do have in common, however, is the fundamental association between Saturn and the Jews. Here, by virtue of their mutual antiquity, both the Hebrew and Chaldean tongues are kept under Saturn's jurisdiction. Astrology was no mere tabloid trifle or isolated discipline during this era. To use the words of Eugenio Garin, the Middle Ages were greatly concerned with, quote, astrology and religion, astrology and politics, astrology and propaganda, but also astrology and medicine, astrology and science, a philosophy of history, a conception of reality, a fatalistic naturalism, and an astral cult. Astrology was all these and more. End quote. What came to a head in the Italian Renaissance was the sheer volume of all these different astrological ideas, with all their internal contrasts and contradictions, building up to what Thomas Kuhn would describe as the crisis preceding the paradigm shift. And all this was happening precisely while the Studia Humanitatis began remapping these astral deities with imagery drawn up from the classics. One curious element of this fascination with astrology and culture was what Moshe Idel called the Saturnization of Judaism, and in turn the Judaization of Saturn. By the end of this process, in the late 15th and 16th centuries, even European Jewish Kabbalists like Yohanan Alamano, working from earlier Spanish or Sephardic sources, were expressing the astromagical link between ancient history, the land of Israel, Moses, the temple, the Torah, prophetic inspiration, the Sabbath, and esoteric knowledge with Saturn. I will read you a fairly extensive quote by Yohanan Alamano right here. This is from an untitled treatise on the Sephirot of Binah. And the third sphere, that of Saturn, is a supreme and noble one, higher than all the other planets, which is the reason that the ancient sages said about it that it generated all the other planets. And they say that Saturn is the true judge and the planet of Moses, peace be with him. The angel of Saturn is Michael, the great minister, so called because of his great power in divine matters, and he is the ministering angel of Israel. And the astrologers who have described Saturn say that it endows man with profound thought, law, and the spiritual sciences, the Chokmot Ruhaniot, prophecy, Nevuah, sorcery, Kishshuf, prognostication, and the Shemitot and Yovelot. The Jewish people and the Hebrew language and the temple are under its jurisdiction. Saturn's major conjunction is with Jupiter in the dominion of Pisces, and occurs to assist the nation and the Torah and its prophets. This planet endows the people with perfection in sciences and divine matters such as the Torah and its commandments, out of its sublimity because it is spiritual. It is concerned only with thought, understanding, and design, esoteric knowledge, and divine worship, and his Torah, and the Sabbath day is in its sway, because its nature causes material existence to cease, and all the operations that do not correspond to it are forbidden, because it corrupts and destroys all destructions. And lightning, that is fire, should not be done under its aegis, that is, during the Sabbath, because it is cold. And if they keep its spiritual rules and laws, it will impart a spiritual influx abundantly. But if they do not keep the way of God...
Interesting. They call lightning cold fire, and where is lightning supercharged? In absolute zero temperatures. How did they know that? That's what I mean. Astrology's spooky. Nothing is forced. Everything falls into place. It must have been from Atlantis. It's highly advanced. Once you look at the nuts and bolts of it, highly advanced. One man couldn't have wrote that. You'd have to be too smart.
It will spit forth everything that is bad. Prophecy will occur to fools and to babes in an insufficient manner, and to women and to melancholics, and to those possessed by an evil spirit, and maleficent demons that obliterate the limbs, and bad counsels and sorceries, and anxieties and erroneous beliefs. So Edel takes this passage to represent the Saturnization of Judaism as inspired by the writings of the Toledan rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra, whose dates are 1089 to 1164, but also to his circle of commentators. This he does on account of its numerous parallels with the passages that follow here, and it's quite possible that his description of the links between Saturn and Judaism were also shaped by an acquaintance with the Picatrix in one of its forms, whether directly or indirectly.
I got a picture right in the middle of it like a dummy. I wonder how long it's going to take me to realize it. I just realized it. And all is well. We're going to look into Jeopardy in a bit. Let's go. Oh, that reminds me, I have something to read to you. I wrote some rant. I'm going to read it now and see if it makes sense. I think this is over. Okay. I just like this song. Gotta wait for it to finish. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. All right, here. Okay, check this out now. You know, every once in a while I make notes, I write things. Okay. When a person gets elected president, like JFK, for example, it is as though it is a contest between the president trying to do the job he was elected to do, while at the same time, the losing side does all they can to interfere with that job, to the point that it was very hard for him to get anything accomplished. What he was able to get done was amazing, considering all of his detractors, not to mention all of his policies that were intentionally held up in Congress until usurper LBJ could then take credit for them. Great society. Those were all JFK's policies. He took them, he usurped them. But I have to say, I have never seen the level of hand-wringing, venomous hatred that was shown against President Trump. You know, I wasn't a supporter, I didn't vote. I just thought it was nonsense. But when Trump won, I kind of raised my eyebrow. But then for some, you know what happened? COVID got unleashed. You know, you almost think that it was planned, right? I don't know. I mean, it seems it couldn't have came at a worse time for him because it cost him the election. But the hatred against him was bombastic. It was bombastic and downright nasty. I've never seen such, you know, like that woman, Nancy, what's her name, coming up with every little excuse they could. But at the same time, they hide Biden, what's this, Biden's son's name, was Hammer or Thor, whatever it is. They ignored the whole thing with his laptop, which was proven to be true. So then you get these insanely corrupt charlatans like Biden and Pelosi, who had a 40-year government job given to them without even trying. Tell me how it is that Biden gets a job for life as senator, VP, and then president, when right next door to his state, he can't even get 18% of the vote. Yet, the polls have him even with Trump when he can't get 50 people to show up while Trump is filling stadiums. Come on, what's wrong with that? Like I said, that dog don't hunt at all. It seems they know him all too well there. And have you heard about that? What's the state there? It's the little New Hampshire. It's traditionally been first, you know. And they are going to change that to South Carolina because Biden stacks up better than he does there. I mean, it's just, they just make up the rules as they go, and we sit in the middle and suck on it. It angers me because I know we can do better. Things have gone so far out of hand that it looks like the deep state or whatever the powers that be are have assumed control of the voting machines, for God's sakes. Fair elections may be a thing of the past if they ever existed. Of course, you know the saying from Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, if voting made a difference, they wouldn't let us do it. Anyways, they can just invent the results, then use their lapdog mainstream media to cover it up. And we can't even talk about it. What about the First Amendment? What happened to that? Did it get suspended? Maybe it did, and I just didn't hear about it. They got rid of that by creating an emergency. I mean, there's no proof to say they created it, but ever since 9/11, we've been in emergency status. I don't really know what that means. No, it's never been explained to me. But it has. I have a feeling that it has something to do with taking rights away from us. So maybe they did suspend the First Amendment, and I just didn't hear about it. Then I should shut up. Like clockwork, the level of hatred against Trump, though, I thought Pelosi was going to melt down to the point to take a gun and walk in the White House and shoot him herself. I've never seen anything like it. That's all I wanted to say. And I was not a Trump supporter. However, I support anything, red or blue, that is pro-America, pro-United States. That's what I want to see. Because I'm proud of our country and how great we used to be, you know. Now look at this, man. And we're going to take on the Ukraine's pensions? Somebody wake me up. I'm having nightmares. I've never seen anything like it. Now, they have their little dumbs, you know, the deep underground military base, so that after we all burn to death, they can come out and lay claim to the ashes. Humans have gone completely insane. I'm telling you, the world has really just turned into a crazy place. And you know what? 90% of people, human beings, are good people. How the hell could we get ourselves into this predicament? Like Velikovsky said, are we not in a predicament? Humans have gone completely insane, like I said, and there is no escape from it. All we can do is sit in the middle and suck on it. And that bothers me. I know we can do better. Even if some folks think they can break off and isolate, now they find a three-letter agency to come and burn it all down, just to make sure nobody escapes. The planet is turned evil, I'm telling you. I mean, it really, if you think about it, there must be some kind of an anti-human being that is in charge of everything, because that's the way it appears. The evil that holds good people hostage. It has gone to the point that they are beginning to come out of the shadows a little bit. And that's kind of scary. So that would mean endgame, right? I was once proud to be an American. I mean, I didn't wave the flag and be the ugly American, but I was proud, you know, the USA. I rooted for U.S. athletes in the games and you know, in hockey when we beat the Russians in 1980. That was awesome. I love, you know, I get worked up over it. So deep that I don't even realize how much. That's why I cry when I see things like Part 4 of Destiny Betrayed. How could you watch that or not? What could have happened? I think, it was the Justice Warren gave a eulogy of John Kennedy, and he said, "We almost had a golden history." He doesn't know how true that is. But that was raped into an ugly abomination. I mean, it was Iraq and Syria, and you know, I mean, we're just kind of traipsing through all these countries, and they gotta have, the bomb makers gotta be exploding bombs, or they can't make them to make money. See, you know, Bell Helicopter was bankrupt until John Kennedy was killed. Then they made 5,000 plus helicopters for Vietnam. No kidding. Anyways, I'm going to find my place here. I get off track a little bit. Okay. Yep, that's true. I mean, has it all been a sham? We are now the pariah of the world, and I'm not proud of that. Not at all. And the whole world hates us, and we deserve it. America has the kindest, most giving people of any country in the world, that I always thought, because, you know, it's not the government, it's the people. You know, they send all kinds of something. If there's a disaster, you know, they're first, you know, with the best, the most. But it just don't seem to be like that anymore, and that really bothers me. Do they make up the rules as they go? It seems so. Anyways, after reading Trump's Agenda 47, it makes me feel better about him. He is pro-American, but in his last term, he had to compromise a lot, that I found out, that things he wanted to do, like he got this border secure, and there were throngs of illegal aliens coming through. He stopped that, but it wasn't without Pelosi's best efforts to derail it. And why would anyone want to derail, a country that's sovereign? I mean, do you think that the Latino people who live here want a bunch of illegal aliens here? I don't think so. But, they're called racist if they want to protect the border. That's another one of them just, a red herring, you're a racist, to get off the argument because they know they're wrong. If I'm correct in this, Bobby Jr. can catch the same wave that still exists in dormant that his father rode. And if he does, he will trump, no pun intended. But you know what? Hey, man, the best man win, because I don't know. I haven't researched it enough yet, but I know that Robert Kennedy has my heart because of the Kennedys. I've lived with it my whole life. And I can tell you this, we have never healed from November 22nd, 1963. It's 60 years old, and it's in danger of turning into what Lincoln's assassination was to me as a kid. That's what it's turned into now. And we have to remember, because we weren't told the truth. And until that comes out and it's all been dealt with, then we can move on and trust again. That's the whole idea. He might just bring that about, because if he becomes president, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to probably get rid of the CIA. I mean, we have the DIA, the National Security Administration, Homeland Security, which has 250,000 employees, and they just hired 87,000 new IRS agents that carry guns. I don't know why, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, there are so many of these three-letter agencies. Really, you don't have to get rid of the CIA, because it's probably important, we have good spies and stuff like that, but we got to take it out of the hands of America's enemy and put it in the hands of someone who's pro-America, that believes in the Constitution and answers to the president. What happened to that? I mean, it's just like the way they make it sound, it's like it's some derailed freight train out of control. I don't know how much that is the case, but that's the image you get. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yeah, one thing that really bothers me, unable to trust, is what if an emergency happens? I mean, we the people won't know if it's legit or our own government is perpetrating a false flag in order to get us into more crap or to gain more favor or power. Now you got continuity of government. Nobody's really allowed to talk about that, but on a couple occasions when they shot down the UFOs and all that, I mean, they're ready to take over. You know what that means, right? Martial law. We are one emergency short of having a suspension of the Constitution in favor of martial law. And the first thing they're going to do is round up people that don't go with the program. They're making a list and checking it twice. I hope I'm not on it, because I love America. Just by speaking out, in Nazi Germany, if you didn't say Heil Hitler, you could get turned into the Gestapo and go to a freaking, what do they call them, concentration camp. Re-education. Is that what we're going to have to do someday? I'm not so sure. I used to scoff at things like that. Get out of here. You're just a conspiracy guy. No, it's true. Even all these shootings just started happening the last 20 years. Are they real? or them wanting our guns, because that's what we got to be suspicious about. The Declaration of Independence, for us to have the right to bear arms, is in case we need to use them against our government. It says it right in the Declaration of Independence. That's just kind of crazy. It seems that the founding fathers knew this could happen. I mean, they want our guns bad, it seems like to me. Just making guns, shooting, cramming it down our throats. Anybody who would think of something like that should have been in the insane asylum probably a couple of years ago. What happened? Where did he get failed? There's one benefit to having read 20 plus books on the assassination is with everyone some key things are learned that ordinarily might go unknown. For example, when John Kennedy made his famous peace speech June 10th, 1963, when he said, "What kind of a peace do I mean and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana." Well, many may not know this, but the backstory to that is that he was actually taking a swipe with that comment at General Curtis LeMay, who was one of his arch enemies and probably one of the guys that was in on his killing. Anyways, he was an arch enemy. They both had nothing but contempt and loathing for one another. Kennedy thought LeMay was insane. LeMay, he had a plan to nuke the other half of the world. I mean, come on, man. This guy must have been like down in his basement playing with a little bunch of army guys. I don't know. He murdered millions of Japanese. 95% of the population was burned to death in cities that he carpet bombed with napalm. And it was completely all unnecessary. He even used to joke about it and say, you know, if we would have lost the war, I would have been hung as a war criminal. He sure would have. Anyways. Oh, yeah, okay, so I'm getting there. Okay, so he was taking a swipe at LeMay when he said that. And, you know, because LeMay was probably, you son of a bitch. I mean, he was at his autopsy gloating with the big cigar, blew it in the guy's face when he came to tell him to put it out. He was there to gloat. Now, he used to make a few speeches at various places. He claimed in the ancient world there was Pax Romana. Then, when the British Empire rose to power, it was Pax Britannica. Pax Britannica. Hold on, I gotta get a sip of water. Get a try now. And then, because of Strategic Air Command, which was called SAC, that he was the creator of, he said, now we have Pax Atomica. That slowly got morphed into Pax Americana. That's what Kennedy was taking a swipe at. And that was good on him. And let's see, what else do I have? Okay, read that. I'm sorry, I lose my place sometimes because I don't make spaces. Eventually, LeMay was trying to take credit for the peace that we had at the time, and Kennedy rejected that. So in his speech at American University, he took a swipe at LeMay, Pax Americana. Another one is that, you know that photo, and I should have it up, you know, but this is kind of impromptu. I hope my microphone is on. I just had a terrible, okay, that's good. I hope you can hear me. Let me turn it up a little bit. How's that? Is that better? Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, I was finishing up. The guy, you know the guy they took a picture of at the Mexican embassy that they said was Oswald? It was some muscly dude. I could get the picture, but I think you know who I'm talking about. Well, that guy got identified in the book Men on the Sixth Floor, which is in audio form in my JFK 2 playlist. But anyways, that dude was identified as the high school best friend of Malcolm Wallace, LBJ's personal hitman. That's all. And that is the end of my rant. I hope you enjoyed it. I do have a few more here that I could get into, but I think I'd probably put everybody to sleep by now. We got 39. That's good. Hey, I can't believe I got that much at this time. It's pretty good. America has had to endure the biggest 40-plus year gangster rule of people like Nixon, LBJ, J. Edgar Hoover. That dude was so corrupt. When Robert Kennedy became the Attorney General, I listened to this one interview that this gangster, what was that? Sammy the Bull? He said, yeah, Bobby Kennedy went to war with everybody. That's why he was so hated. That's right, he did. Because when he became Attorney General, he was floored at the amount of corruption that surrounded him. Offers were made for special favors every day, and he said, no, that's not the way we do it. He even prosecuted Igor Cassini's brother, which was a good friend of John Kennedy's, and he said, right is right. He said, that's the last thing I was looking for. But it's right. And that's, that was Bobby Kennedy. And we need that, again. We need that honesty. I'm all for Trump if he wants to be all of America, but he has to be transparent. That's what I'm worried about. I want our government to answer to us again like it should be in the Constitution. And we make the decision of who's in and who's out. But we get the choices we get are just pitiful. But we need a pro-American regime in power that is also pro-peace and pro-transparency. That's it. That's all I have to say. I hope you enjoyed my rant. But at the time I did it, I did not key up the next video, so you got to give me a couple of seconds here. I'll put on a little songy, and I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get into the chat room in a little bit.
progress, and it is our firm hope and purpose that this progress shall go forward. We will continue to keep the American people informed on this vital matter.
Plus the Sphinx Temple, plus the Valley Temple, plus other buildings predate the dynastic Egyptians by thousands of years, and possibly, according to oral tradition, and hopefully we'll get more science about this, prior to 11,700 years ago. So it's possible that buildings like this, some of the Peruvian, some of the Bolivian, and other ones, were built by this ancient civilization who were the victims of this massive cataclysm. The other question is, what was the function, for example, of the Great Pyramid? Of course, people say, well, it was a tomb for an arrogant king. Unfortunately, what we find is that the majority of archaeologists in general who look at foreign sites like Egypt, Peru, Bolivia, etc., they're taking their Western mindset with them when they try to interpret another people. And Europe, we know, was very barbaric in terms of you did have kings who were despots. They treated themselves as the highest level of life, and everyone else was more or less a peon. However, ancient societies in other parts of the world were not like that. The Inca were not kings, the Inca were not rulers. The Inca were caretakers. And I know that from working with native people to this day. Someone who is a chief is not the highest person. It's the opposite. He is responsible for the livelihood, and we know that the Inca were that way, so it's quite possible that ancient Egyptians, etc., were that way as well.
Of the universe. Not only, you remember now the kalpas, the periods of time, the yugas, the qualities of the time through which the universe goes, but there's the final thing, which are called the six worlds, or the six paths of life. And this is very important for Buddhism, although it comes from Hinduism, is represented in what is called the Bhava Chakra. Bhava means becoming, B-H-A-V-A. Chakra, C-H-A-K-R-A, means wheel. The wheel of becoming, the wheel of birth and death. And it has 6 divisions. It has the top people and the bottom people.
I found
the top people are called
Deva.
Deva.
I thought you might too.
D-E-V-A. The bottom people are called Naraka, N-A-R-A-K-A. Devas are angels, and they are the people who are the supreme spiritual successors. The Naraka are tormented in purgatory, and they are the supreme spiritual failures. They are the poles, the happiest people and the saddest people. Then in between there comes the world of the pretas, next to the Naraka, next to the purgatory. The pretas are the frustrated spirits who have tiny mouths and enormous bellies, huge appetites, but very, very limited means of satisfying it. Then next, they come between the Narakas and the Devas at the top. Next up from the pretas are the human beings. And they are supposed to hold a middle position in the 6 worlds. Then you go up from the human beings to the Devas, and then you start coming down again. The next world is called the Ashura, and those are the wrathful spirits, the personifications of storm and all the anger and violence of nature. Next down is animals, coming between the Ashura and the purgatories again. Now all these needn't be taken literally. They are different modalities of the human mind. We are in the Naraka world when we are frustrated and in torment. When we are merely chronically frustrated, we are in the preta world. When we are in a state of equanimity, even-mindedness, we're in the human world. When we are deliriously happy, we're in the Deva world. When we are furious, we are in the Ashura world. And when we are dumb, we are in the animal world. So these are all modalities. And it would be said now, this is terribly important to understand Buddhism. Because the better you get, the more you go up to the Deva world. The worse you get, the more you go down to the Naraka world. But everything that goes up has to come down. So you can't improve yourself indefinitely. If you improve yourself beyond a certain limit, you simply start to get worse. Like when you make a knife too sharp, it begins to wear away. So the Buddhahood, or liberation, enlightenment, is on no place on the wheel, unless it might be the center. By ascending, by becoming better, you tie yourself to the wheel by gold chains. By retrogressing and becoming worse, you tie yourself to the wheel with iron chains. But the Buddha is one who gets rid of the chains altogether. And so this will explain why Buddhism, unlike Judaism and unlike Christianity, is not very, very frantically concerned with being good. It is concerned with being wise. It is concerned with being compassionate. It is a little different from being good. With having tremendous sympathy and understanding and respect for all the ignorant people who don't know that they're it, but who are playing the very far-out game of being you and I. And so this is why every Hindu greets his brother not by shaking hands, but by putting his hands together and bowing. This is why the Japanese bow to each other, basically. This is why Buddhist rituals are full of the bowing gesture, because you are honoring the self, playing the roles of all the people around you. And all the more honor is due when the self has forgotten what it's doing, and is therefore in a very far-out situation. Now, that is the basic Hindu view of the world. That's the cosmology which goes along with Buddhism. According to taste, temperament, tradition, popular belief, and so on, there is this additional idea. When the Lord, the self, pretends that it's each of us, it first of all pretends that it is something called the Jivatman. The Atman, the self, pretends to be an individual soul called a Jivatman.
Into the ocean. Archaeologists estimate there's 150 million tons of basalt that's stacked up into artificial islands and walls and buildings on Pohnpei in Micronesia. And this incredible city, I mean, it's actually built into the ocean. It's not even on the island. They don't know who built this. I mean, archaeologists are saying, okay, these kind of like Easter Island, where you have a remote island, it has giant megalithic remains on it. But mainstream archaeologists their explanation is, well, these islanders just kind of got to this Polynesians to some remote island, and they were bored, and they had nothing else to do, so they built these giant statues. They built this huge city.
Well, all right, in this particular case with the Egyptians, Smithsonian confiscated all these artifacts, mummies and tablets and things like that. Why keep it a secret?
Well, there's a number of reasons for that. Part of it is, and it's the same reason why a lot of things today would be kept a secret. They're engineering history, and today history is politically correct. It's not necessarily what really happened in the past. It's more like what they want to have happened, or how politically correct they want, say, certain native to be, or something like that. Another problem, particularly out west, was the Mormons. And of all the states in the United States, you've got the universities basically teaching isolationism. That is, certainly Egyptians didn't come to North America or South America. They didn't travel. Chinese people didn't get in boats and go places. all the Native Americans walked from Siberia down to Canada, down to South America. But ships that held 300 or 400 people. In Tonga, they had giant ships like that too. That were going. I mean, they were much bigger than any ships that Columbus had. You now get into things like the Piri Reis map and the maps of the ancient sea kings by Charles Hapgood.
Oh yeah, that map is incredible.
Well, right, and it seems that even like Columbus and other people, they had some of these old maps, and they were kept secret too. This was one of the things about a lot of the ancient sea routes. They were kept secret. The Phoenicians kept secrets. The Phoenicians were to talk about where they went and the ports that they went to. There's a certain a theory that, and I also go for this, that the Toltecs, whose capital was Tula in northern Mexico, they're related to a lot of the stuff in Arizona. They conquered Chichen Itza in the Yucatan at one point. The Toltecs are depicted as guys with thick beards and mustaches. They wear helmets. They carry swords and shields. They look like Phoenicians. They look like Mediterranean warriors and stuff.
Persians, everything like that.
Stuff like that, right. And in fact, it seems that probably the Toltecs were some offshoot of the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, who had already a transatlantic trade. Another similar thing there is the Phoenicians were known as the purple people, and they wore purple robes. And even the concept today of kings and queens wearing purple gowns and purple crowns and things like that, that comes from the Phoenicians, who all wore purple. And that purple color was a very special dye that they got from a shellfish. And that was a secret technique of taking this dye. Phoenicians were famous for it. The Carthaginians were also Phoenicians. But also the Mayans used also this purple dye, this same unusual shellfish dye, which the Phoenicians had a secret. Another curious thing along this line with the Egyptians and stuff is boomerangs. We think of boomerangs as being some kind of Australian Aboriginal
device.
thing.
Yeah.
But boomerangs have been found all over the world. And in fact, the Egyptians hunted with boomerangs. King Tut, in his tomb in Egypt, there was a trunk of boomerangs found in his tomb. It's part of the Tutankhamun treasure. And in fact, if you go to the Cairo Museum and you go to the Tutankhamun area, you will see on display all of his boomerangs. And he was a boomerang nut. I mean, he didn't just have a couple of boomerangs. He had a whole trunk full of dozens of them. It's well known that the Egyptians hunted with boomerangs. But if you go also down to museums like the Mexico City Museum for the Aztecs and Zapotecs and Toltecs, you'll also see boomerangs on display there. And the Hopi Indians, who live here in northern Arizona near the Grand Canyon, they supposedly were the keepers of this secret Egyptian city in the Grand Canyon. And the Hopis also hunt with boomerangs. And they were famous for that. Prior to the Spanish conquest, that's what young Hopi warriors did. They went out with boomerangs and hunted birds and rabbits and things like that. And, I mean, these are not the kind of guys you're going to want to meet in a dark alley. I mean, they look like something out of, like, these alien movies or something like that. And, in fact, that Swiss artist, Geiger, who created that kind of look of these long-headed sort of, sort of insectoid aliens in that movie. But that is what these guys look like. And when you show photos of just your typical Olmecs, they're some weird-looking guys. I mean, you can hardly believe it.
Are you familiar with
of conehead craniums, the weirder that gets. Because
I'm not sure that they made these. These look like they're genetic mutations, or they came from someplace else.
When you see them, they look like aliens, and so that's been I think a natural assumption, because when you see some of these skulls and the figurines and things like that come out of Mexico, also South America, Yes, you're right. I mean, they look like they're extraterrestrials. I mean, they
Look at the size of the eye sockets, David. They're huge.
Well, that's right. And
Chroniclers insisted that the planet Saturn, now just a speck in the sky, had presided over the Golden Age, an epoch of abundance, cosmic harmony, and grandeur. The archaic name of Italy was Saturnia, and tradition held that this very name was given to the original site of Rome. The Sabbath, the special day of rest and reverence, was Saturni Dies, Saturn's Day, a day honored throughout the Mediterranean, the Near East, and beyond. The popular Roman festival, Saturnalia, was a symbolic return to the Saturnia Regna, Saturn's reign, the Golden Age. Much symbolic content of our own New Year's and Christmas celebrations will trace to the Roman Saturnalia and related ancient festivals.
Stories about the disappearance of this legendary island. It's only Plato who mentions Atlantis, and he gives us the key clue for our search.
Electrical storms. Of course, in this case, we're speaking about storms created in a past environment, when Earth's electric field was amplified to the point the entire atmosphere was ionized. Imagine the atmosphere stirred into a maelstrom, lit with streamers of glowing plasma, where lightning crackled, not only in the sky, but across the land, and mountaintops glowed with coronal fire under swirling clouds of dusty plasma. It would have been surreal, a place where streams of wind became electric currents, where high and low pressure zones acted like battery terminals, and mountaintops became electrodes drawing machine gun lightning from the sky. Anything standing in the wind would have hissed and sucked with coronal fire. Dust in the air would have acted strange, too, as the energy of free electrons collided and overpowered weaker atomic bonds, ionizing matter, causing it to act like a ferrofluid under the influence of a magnet. Ionic species segregated, forming unipolar winds that tore past each other in opposite directions, creating shear zones of intense electrical discharge and vortex winds of supersonic speed. The inside of Earth would have been in turmoil as well. Hot magma spewing from volcanic vents, aquifers boiling, explosive eruptions of steam from deep underground, pocking the landscape with holes. Even arcs would erupt, lightning from the ground, caused by buried pockets of charge where minerals and water ionized. The winds, dust-laden and electric, deposited the Colorado Plateau, plating a cake across the western half of North America in the same way semiconductor manufacturers layer circuitry onto silica wafers. The stratified layers are interspersed with magma flows, petrified forests, inland seas, and dinosaur boneyards of different ages that indicate it formed in a series of events that likely recurred over millions of years. To create the canyon lands, the voltage potential had to reverse and eat away at landscape laid down by the storm. Under the electric field of an electrical storm, the surface of the Earth becomes positively charged. It becomes the anode in the circuit where lightning strikes from the negative cloud base and where rain falls. In primordial ionic storms, like those that form the plateau, rain did not fall, but silica did, as dust in the air fell and adhered in layers to the dome. Inland seas, or layers washed over by tsunami, generated by the storm itself, became covered over with more layers of dry overburden as the storm progressed. This left a moist layer, like icing in the center of the layer cake. This icing layer then ionized under intense bombardment from sputtering discharge in the eye of the storm, and created what is known as barrier discharge in the moist layer beneath the ground. Which brings us back to Arches National Monument, proof that canyons were carved by sputtering discharge, aided by barrier discharge, in a layer of the big cake. This image tells most of the story. A band of rock looks tortured and fluid, as if it were boiled mud when it solidified, sandwiched between smooth, more or less even layers of stone. The canyon floor is flat, which is surprising if one accepts the consensus view that canyons were made by water erosion. Water erosion leaves deep channels and V-cut valleys, not flat floors. This closer image shows the fluidity of the layers. At the top, the overburden rock barely sinks into the sagging layer beneath it that turned plastic, because it was still solid. The plastic layer beneath sagged, but didn't compress and maintained a consistent thickness. Below that, on the bottom, the boiled mud layer fluidized completely and squeezed like toothpaste. What turned this bottom layer fluid and caused it to sag beneath a solid overburden was electric current, a barrier discharge current, where no gaseous atmosphere was present to ionize into plasma, but instead the moisture and minerals in the layer ionized, generating a subsurface current. The moist layer ionized and charged species pooled into a plasma-like mud the electric field wanted to lift away. The electric currents boiled the moist layer, and it began to foam and arc into the drier and electrically resistant overburden. When sputtering removed the surrounding overburden, pressure released and vapors expanded, making gas bubbles that raised the arches. Hardened pits formed where mud boiled up and convective blossoms of hot ionization to eat through the granite, collecting the current into single arcing paths and starving the diffusion currents around them. There are many other evidences of sputtering discharge in the Utah Canyonlands. In part 2 of Sputtering Canyons, we'll examine some more. Thank you.
That's daily, and if in box, the rising of Venus, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, they're there. It's there. Now, they've been trying to eradicate astrology because the Christian Church doesn't accept it. But actually, they're the only group in the world that doesn't. The Jews are based in astrology. You can see the remnants of it in the Christian Church with the 12 apostles. They've replaced the houses of the zodiac. And if you go into a Hindu temple, when you firstly go in, on the left, you'll see 12 constellations as deities. When you go all the way around the temple to see all the other persons in the temple, then there's the 7 planets. If it's a bright, sunny day when you wake up, it's having a good effect. If the clouds get between you and the sun, it filters that good effect. Now, for plant life, aquatic or tidal behaviour, all feminine life on the world planet is governed by the moon. That's why we call it a menstrual cycle from the word moonstrel cycle. And the other word we say is a lunar cycle, lunatic. And the law knows, the police know, and every authority knows that as the moon moves into its full position, it has an esoteric effect on humanity. Many, many more stupid acts will be occurring around the full moon. Do they affect us? Absolutely. The sun and the moon are the strongest on the earth.
Sirius B goes around Sirius A into a negative thing, using it as a means to radiate fear out on the planet as opposed to love.
The people who got their hooks into this information, disinformation, misinformation, have really hoodwinked humanity's progress. So in the movie, for instance, 2012, there's fear and loathing. This is so far away from what the potential is.
Because if you can radiate fear, that can keep that frequency, which is expanding and growing higher, contracted. That, to me, suits the 2012 agenda.
Well, with regard to 2012, the media is not the place to source for information. It'll be misinformation, and it'll be negative.
Coming out of the Grand Canyon. In ancient times, and in my book on Lost Cities of North and Central America, I actually have maps and stuff in there of this. The whole West was much different in ancient times, and California especially. If you look at a good relief map of California, you can see instantly what it was like even just a few thousand years ago, and that is that Central California was a huge inland sea. And all around Fresno and that area, I mean, that's what they call the Central Valley. I mean, if ocean levels or California had just, had been shifted a little bit, that whole area would be flooded, not only from the Golden Gate area, but also up from the south, the Halton C, areas like that. And in fact, there were Finger Lakes already going up into Nevada. I did, some years ago, I did a show for the Discovery Channel and the Learning Channel, and it was all about giants and the legends and lore of giants. They flew me to Reno, where we went to Lovelock, Nevada, which is right near where they do the Burning Man festival now every summer.
Right.
And but what is in Lovelock is fascinating, because in Lovelock is a state park known as the Lovelock Caves. And in those caves, what happened was these ranchers began excavating this cave at the turn of the century, and they were looking for bat guano. And there was just tons of bat guano inside these caves. And as they started digging out the caves, they started finding artifacts. Now, the Paiute legends of that area had talked about these red-haired giants coming by boat up around Lovelock. You couldn't do that today. Try and go by boat from the ocean to Lovelock. I mean, it's 1,000 miles of desert.
Can't do it, yeah.
That's right. So their legend was that these giants, red-haired giants, came in boats. Even that area around Lovelock is still some lakes that are drying up today. And, I mean, there's just some marshes there that are the remains of these ancient lakes. And archaeologists and geologists say, yeah, there were lakes there, although, I mean, it's a problem with geology. Geologists think everything's millions of years ago, when in fact these lakes couldn't have been that long ago, because the Paiute Indians still had legends and stuff of it. I mean, it was only some hundreds of years ago, maybe 1,000 or something like that. Well, so the Indians have these legends of the red-haired giants. When these ranchers began digging out the bat guano in the Lovelock Cave, they started finding duck decoys, baskets, all kinds of hunting and fishing tools for a lake, a large lake. And then, incredibly, they found a number of skeletons. And these skeletons were like 7-foot-tall people. They had long red hair. They dragged like a dozen of these skeletons out of the cave. This all was around the turn of the century. Get this, George. There are 2 museums in Nevada today, one in Lovelock, one in Winnemucca. Those museums are wholly dedicated to the finds of California at Berkeley. Actually did the excavations. They know that these things came out of these caves. People at the museum talked about a photo of a rancher standing on a crate holding one of these giants by the hair. And I mean, this thing is huge. And he was a large person with red hair.
Right. And at that time, that was really a giant.
And here's the thing. That photo of that giant, every single one of these giant skeletons is utterly missing. No one knows not only where these skeletons are, they don't even know where photos of them are. Okay? And there's 2 museums in Nevada that are all about these discoveries. So here you have a double enigma and then a triple one, where there's apparently some kind of cover-up, and these rather unusual items have just vanished. But you have these giants. They had red hair. They sound like Vikings or something like that, actually. And on top of that, they apparently were going by boat up into, the Black Rock Desert of Nevada. How about that?
binary arrangement of the solar system is widely speculated to have been dominated by proto-Jupiter and the Sun. An ancient satellite sharing a common barycenter with the Sun, proto-Jupiter was likely comparable to a sub-brown dwarf star and may have been in an inflated hot phase of development at this time. So-called hot Jupiters, giant planets with masses comparable to Jupiter, orbiting extremely close to their host stars, are quite numerous in nearby star systems. In light of the abundance of these hot Jupiters, it was recently proposed that Jupiter likewise formed in the innermost parts of the primeval solar system. While the Jupiter we know has since cooled off and is now parked safely far away, the very fact that hot Jupiters exist in other systems at all is very real and remarkable, and suggests that the bodies in our solar system were not necessarily formed where we find them today. Indeed, an unresolved issue long besetting the Nice model is its inability to account for Saturn's relatively late arrival in the context of Jupiter's early formation and evolvement. Simulations consistently suggest that Saturn must have been either strangely absent or relatively far removed at this time. Cicero famously ascribed an ancient, wide-ranging, boundless course to Saturn that eventually necessitated Jupiter's intervention. While the actual beginning of the drama is difficult to pinpoint, there was eventually a point at which the two giants approached each other closely. Echoing Ralph Jurgen's suggestion that Saturn was the invading star to a Sun-Jupiter binary, modern cosmologists now seem to concur. Initially far away, Saturn swiftly approached Jupiter, accelerating exponentially in a runaway migration towards the Sun. Perhaps Proto-Saturn was initially captured by the Sun from beyond heliopause, or perhaps Proto-Saturn had been ejected into a far-ranging solar orbit by an earlier interplanetary encounter, eventually swinging back around to perihelion like a comet, converging on Proto-Jupiter and the Sun. No matter how its inbound trajectory was originally initiated, Proto-Saturn would possess an accumulated charge potential befitting colder, more distant reaches of space. As such, Proto-Saturn would be likely to sport a preponderance of positive voltage with respect to the relatively low-voltage Sun-Jupiter binary. Thus, Proto-Saturn would eventually be captured by Jupiter and the Sun simply because their opposite charges would attract and draw them closer and closer together.
About them as well, huge devastations that take place and wipe out life on Earth. But higher beings at that higher level of reality have the means and the resources to repopulate the Earth when that happens. And I think that has happened repeatedly.
Yeah, that's how genetic memory works. People talk about the possibility that instincts and things like that are actually memory, some type of genetic memory that we can tap into, as if each human is a computer tapping back into that cloud of information.
Yeah, something like that. Of course, I would explain it in a slightly different way, that the soul or the conscious self maintains contact with a subtle body of mind and intelligence that incorporates memories. So in one lifetime, a whole group of memories would be imprinted in the mind and intelligence. And when, at the time of death, the soul leaves the body, it goes with the subtle body of mind and intelligence, so that over many, many lifetimes it accumulates. In other words, in our minds today, there are memories not just from this lifetime, but memories from perhaps many millions of lifetimes that we've existed on this planet, in human bodies and plant bodies, animal bodies, so that sometimes We have memories of things that just didn't occur in this life, or in dreams these things may come out. We may see things or hear things or experience things in dreams that we really can't trace to anything that's happened to us in this life.
Where did the Earth come from? It is known that there are more brown dwarf stars than bright stars. Some astronomers have recently realized that a planet orbiting such a star closely could be the place to look for life. But brown dwarfs, like all stars, are an electric discharge phenomenon. Their visible diameter, like that of enormous cometary comas, is an electric discharge phenomenon and much larger than the star's solid surface. So the fundamental mass-luminosity relation used to derive the mass, age, and size of a star form the character of its light is inapplicable. Let me try that again. So the fundamental mass-luminosity relationship used to derive the mass, age, and size of a star from the character of its light is inapplicable. The electrical nature of stars removes the foundation of stellar astrophysics. However, a binary pair of brown dwarfs has been discovered, which allowed the determination of their masses and diameters by another method. The result was that both dwarfs are remarkably large in their masses, for their masses, about the same diameter as the Sun. That's about the same size as the coma of the comet Holmes. Their masses were said to be 35 to 55 times Jupiter's mass. The Sun is about 1,000 times the mass of Jupiter. Although the mass was not a measure of the amount of matter in a body, although the Sun is about 1,000 times the mass of Jupiter, although the mass is not a measure of the amount of matter in a body, another major spanner in the works of stellar astrophysics, brown dwarfs of that size are considered to be too small to initiate thermonuclear fusion. But that isn't so in an electric universe, where all bodies receive electrical energy from the galactic circuit. For example, consider Jupiter as an independent body moving in the galaxy inside its radiant plasma sheath, analogous to a cometary coma. It would be regarded as a brown dwarf star. And even if that glowing sphere were half the size of Jupiter's present magnetosphere, which is about 10,300,000 kilometers in diameter.
Getting resources and sharing those resources and spreading them around. You know, it's not, for me, when I think about it as an archaeologist, it's not just the implements and the level of technology. It's the wider network that would have had to be developed to make that happen. You know, where the copper was coming from, how far away that was, and what I find students are always really surprised by is the extent of those kind of trade networks that we don't see again in this country until much later.
There was every pressure to see the Indians as intellectually inferior and primitive, and a whole set of policies that would keep them from showing that they were as intelligent and could do as well on their own if they had access to capital, if they weren't excluded from the opportunities of other Americans.
I veer this.
As the archaeology developed as a new science and anthropology as a new science, and they would find these things, these evidences to show that there was a written language, that these people possibly did smelt iron, they did smelt copper, and they mined it, they carried it, trade over great distances. These were signs of a higher civilization. And that higher civilization idea or theory coming from our educated scientific community of the day became directly in conflict with the manifest destiny ideas put forth by the U.S. government.
Well, it's not surprising to me that Native people in this area at this time were working copper and had extensive knowledge of copper. As an Anishinaabe person who's from Michigan, I can tell you how critical and central copper is to our way of life, even today. With it being so central, of course, we had to be very skilled at mining it and having it be getting resources and sharing those resources and spreading them around. You know, it's not, for me, when I think about it as an archaeologist, it's not just the implements and the level of technology. It's the wider network that would have had to be developed to make that happen. You know, where the copper was coming from, how far away that was, and what I find students are always really surprised by is the extent of those kind of trade networks that we don't see again in this country until much later.
There was every
hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt, to our knowledge the birthplace of scripture, were also known as sacred signs and revolved around symbols. When we look up the word symbol from Old Greek symbole, this is what we come across. In the broadest sense, a symbol is a device used as an identifying mark. A symbol is also the key to understand and recall the transcendental and timeless values it represents.
The development of Sumerian civilization occurred in the Persian Gulf while growing to strength over time. The plain of the land of Shinar is the territory that was renamed to Babylon after 2000 BC. These people lived in the Middle East on the territory we know as Iran and Iraq today. The Greeks gave it the name Mesopotamia, and which was commonly referred to as the land between two rivers. Most of this region lies in the modern state of Iraq. The tendency to
the Nita gods and the Shemshu or Aku, and whom it is said appeared in Egypt from a submerged island. We also have to include the origins of the
I'll
Hindu
have all
Naga
links after the
serpent
show.
deities, who also came from a lost island.
Takes me all week to get all the titles right and times and all that. Because I need one day away and then I go to work.
There is evidence that the ecliptic centre was the abode of the Father God, as this was actually named Anu.
Jupiter's atmosphere. The instrument on board Juno designed to peer into the atmosphere
Message
has
for
a range
patrons,
of 350 kilometers.
Universal
And it
Fast
seems the
Electric
Great Red Spot
Organism,
extends down
I'm going to
even
read
further
open
than that.
for you.
Also interesting is that the spot is cooler than the surrounding area up until a depth of 80
Finally found
kilometers. And beyond that, it actually gets warmer than the surrounding area. This heat perhaps driving the
mess.
storm. It has been theorized that the Great Red Spot is a permanent feature on Jupiter, but we've only had about 400 years to observe it so far, a mere blink in astronomical timescales. Looking over the poles, other possible permanent features have been observed. In contrast to
Okay, hold on a second. I just saw something that I gotta look at again. That was pretty wild. Let's see, is it right here? Yeah. Look at that. You see that? It's the red spot, right? And it looks like some contorted face, doesn't it? The eyes, the hair there. It's let's see. If you don't see my pointer, which you might not, it's about if this big orange thing was a clock, it'd be 11 o'clock. Right about there. Yeah, closer to the middle. It's just crazy what you can see in things like that. Like, this kind of looks like a being. I know. My pareidolia just kills me. But I see faces and stuff like that everywhere. Maybe it's just like that. I don't know. Probably.
observe it so far, a mere
That
blink in
mean
astronomical
angry face
timescales.
bangs.
Looking
It's
over
crazy.
the poles, Other possible
Wish I
permanent
didn't see
features
that
have been
shit.
observed. In contrast to Saturn, which has a hexagon on one pole and a single vortex on the other, Jupiter has 5 vortexes around the south pole and 8 around the north.
After we
It's hard to say
croak, we have
exactly
to go
how permanent
somewhere.
these storms are,
Is it
as Juno
to
has
the
only
great
been there for 3
electricity?
years. And
I
Juno
don't
was
know.
the first time we have really been able to have a good look at Jupiter's poles.
Now this is
End of it.
If we
according
had
to them.
like the run of the universe,
Venus
until we
is
decide to
inside
go
the red
back.
zone. According to mainstream.
I meant vice versa.
Do you know the saying that came from left field? Well, you want to know where that got started? At Wrigley Field. And on the left field stands was a mental institution. So that's where they came up with that came from left field. Love the little inside stories like that. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to do one more video and then I'm going to say goodnight. I'm come out and see you and then say goodnight and play a couple songs before 6 hours. We're at 5:13 and 40.
An important element to the Ganymede hypothesis is the idea that solar systems are formed from the polar jets of what we call Herbig-Haro objects, and not out of the circumstellar disks of dust and gases surrounding many stars, as accepted accretion theory insists. A Herbig-Haro object is a category of axially aligned celestial objects centered around young protostars that are seen to be emitting vastly long polar aligned jets of plasma along their axes of spin. Along the length of these jets can be seen what are believed to be beads or bubbles of plasma. While it is currently not known exactly what might be inside these so-called beads, their sizes and nature indicate to proponents of the electric universe model that these beads might be areas of intense electromagnetic activity, and therefore possible areas for planetary formation. Mainstream science claims a Herbig-Haro object's polar-aligned jets are simply pressure-induced hot gases being spurted out into space by their protostar in the same way a garden hose spurts out a stream of water. However, the garden hose analogy fails when one realizes that gases under pressure dissipate almost instantaneously in the near vacuum of space, and simply cannot maintain the physical integrity as seen in these vastly long streaming jets that typify Herbig-Haro objects. According to the electric universe model, only the filamentary nature of electrically charged plasma, as seen in countless color-enhanced images of space, can account for the nature of the so-called gas jets we see being emitted from the polar regions of protostars that make up Herbig-Haro objects. This is because these so-called jets are, in reality, powerful Birkeland currents, the plasma-conducted currents of electrical energy that permeate space and which were first discovered over 100 years ago by the Norwegian scientist Christian Birkeland. According to electric universe principles, the protostar seen at the center of Herbig-Haro objects forms as the result of a Z-pinch taking place along an existing Birkeland current. This is actually a type of short-circuiting that is taking place, and not the result of gases imploding under their own weight to trigger nuclear fusion reactions. Most stars can be seen clearly placed along the filamentary strings of plasma that show up in enhanced space images. Subsequently, stars are to be understood as electrostatic phenomena according to the electric universe model, and a Birkeland current that undergoes a Z-pinch will produce this kind of effect along with powerfully attractive magnetic fields capable of sucking vast amounts of heavy elements into its core. The subsequent plasma beads seen forming further along both the north and south stretches of this Birkeland current are simply lesser Z-pinches, but are still areas capable of generating intense magnetic fields, and therefore able to also concentrate heavy element matter into their centers to form the kind of protocores needed to form planets and brown dwarf stars. As stated earlier, while it is not currently known what is inside these plasma beads, the authors of Cosmos in Collision believe protoplanets and proto-brown dwarfs can and are being created by this process. At some stage in the Herbig-Haro object's life, the highly active Birkeland current that has formed the central protostar and the series of plasma beads along its length will break. When this happens, the protostar is electrically severed from the plasma beads seen along the length of its jets, and severed from any object that may have formed inside these plasma beads. The jets will disappear, effectively leaving a series of independent celestial objects strung out from each other along their original axis of spin. That is,
a series of axially aligned celestial objects that will range from the main protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object to possible brown dwarfs, gas giant planets, and even terrestrial planetary bodies. Because all these bodies originally shared the same axial spin and direction of motion while joined by an active Birkeland current, they will continue to proceed through space in roughly the same direction, though at different speeds and increasingly different axial tilts. The protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object will now most likely travel fastest along its original celestial northerly course, where it will eventually catch up to any planetary body or brown dwarf that may have formed in the plasma beads of its northern jet. Upon catching up to these bodies, the protostar will force these planets or brown dwarfs into an orbital relationship with itself, something that may slow its northerly progress in the process. Any southerly planets or brown dwarfs formed in the protostar's southern plasma jet will, though severed from their protostar, also continue a northerly journey in the nominal slipstream of the protostar and, at a later date, also be captured by the protostar as they catch up to it, thanks to the protostar having been slowed by its previous capture of the northern bodies. In this way, a protostar formed at the center of a Herbig-Haro object is destined to collect to itself any celestial bodies previously formed by Z-pinches in its polar jets. The process of collecting these disparate bodies will be catastrophic and induce highly destructive changes in the electrical status of any planets or brown dwarf stars that form as a part of a Herbig-Haro object. Eventually, however, the process will see all the involved bodies electrically equalize and settle into a stable orbital configuration, eventually. In the case of the Ganymede hypothesis, our Sun is postulated to have started life as a protostar, or proto-sun, at the center of its own Herbig-Haro object. Strung out along the powerful Birkeland current that formed our protosun were a range of planets and brown dwarf stars. The planets Jupiter and Mercury, including Jupiter's moons, formed in the plasma beads of the protosun's northern jet, while the planets Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, and Earth formed in the plasma beads of the protosun's southern jet. It is most likely that at this time both the planets Jupiter and Saturn originally formed as brown dwarf stars, complete with their own collection of moons and planets. At some point, the protosun's powerful Birkeland current failed and the protosun was electrically severed from its future planets. Continuing along its northern course, the protosun eventually captured and collected the planet Mercury, and then the brown dwarf Jupiter along with Jupiter's 4 moons. This became the basis of the antique solar system as discussed by the authors of Cosmos and Collision, in which Jupiter's moons may have once been liquid water worlds highly conducive to life as we know it. At a much later date, the gas giant planet now known as Uranus caught up to the protosun's antique solar system and was catastrophically captured by the Sun, the result being Uranus knocked on its side and left in the bizarre orientation we see it in today. At an even much later date, the brown dwarf Saturn, along with the planets Neptune to its north and Mars and Earth to its south, caught up to the Sun, and via a series of catastrophic encounters was also eventually captured. This highly destructive epoch in our solar system's history saw a catastrophic rearrangement of all planets involved in this process as they electrically discharged and equalized with the Sun, and even saw the birth of a new planet that would later be called Venus, as the brown dwarf Saturn fissioned spectacularly and ejected a piece of its core under intense electrical stress from the Sun's much more powerful electrical field. These catastrophic events are the origins of world mythology, witnessed by humanity and recorded for posterity. Over time, both Jupiter and Saturn were reduced to gas giant status and pushed to the outer realms of the Sun's new solar system, while the terrestrial planets collected at much closer orbits, with the Earth finding itself fortuitously placed in the Sun's habitable zone, where it is today.
You think about it, I mean, how did the Earth get an atmosphere and water and all the heavy metals just from going around where it is now? It doesn't make much sense. They got comets bringing water to the planet that they don't find no water on. They're not snowballs, they're rock. So this makes so much sense to me, it just smacks you in the face. You really gotta love cosmology to want to get deep. And when you get deep...
I would run outside.
No, you wouldn't. Get out of here. Dirty dog. Betrayed me. Man, I forgot to turn off the automatic. Hope I don't get in trouble for that. I just love to get in trouble. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, there has to be a way for that stuff to get delivered. Just has to. That's why I like that, because the deeper you get, the more you find this. Then what to do, right? Because mainstream shows become drivel. You know, it has to be deeper than what they're telling us. That's all. Okay, I'm about ready to call it. I need a couple of minutes.
There's only after dark. wants her and waits for after dark, after dark, after dark, after my blood.
I've been stuffed in your pocket for the last 100 days. When I don't give my bath, I take it out on the slaves. So grease up your baby for the ball on the hill. I polish them rockets now and swallow those pills and sing. Space Lord, mother, mother. There's a car in the field now in a column of flame, with two doors to choose, but only one bears your name. You've been drinking my blood, well I've been licking your wounds. I shave off the pitch now in the scope of your tune. You'll sing. Space Lord, mother, mother. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Built in my nightmares and using my name. You're stroking my cortex and you know I'm insane. Squeezed out and home, drive and drowning in love. Encompass them all to position above. I sing. Space Lord, mother, mother. Oh yeah.
It's later than I thought. I'm going to play another song and then I'm going to say goodnight.
Summer world when I met this girl, she came across to me blind. I must be crazy, ever let her in my life. She loved me, turned my world on. Took too much for granted, got my signals crossed, just can't seem to work it out. I must be a boy who's lost. I don't see her anymore.
I get such a kick out of that. There's still 30 people watching. They didn't leave. I'm like, wow, what's wrong with them? No, seriously. I don't know. Actually, might like it. That makes me feel good. That warms me heart. This is my life's work on this one. Before I got involved with YouTube, in 2016, I wrote the whole CD of Wounded Soul, and I was a wounded soul. I'm better now, but I can look back on it and remember all the great times. Anyways, yeah. And then my first album was Returning, well, it's like EP, really. It's Returning to a Blue World. It had a nice CD cover with the blue planet all cold and dead. You open it up, and then there's the earth, all vibrant and beautiful. It's really something, Back when CD cases and stuff were art, people read it, things like that. I don't do that no more. But anyways, why aren't I showing you instead of the music? It's weird. Oh, I am. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I had a great time tonight. Thank you for coming and being a part of it and everything. I'm going to turn this off and say hello. I feel very strongly for the country because I know that we can get it together and we can be great again, and not skullduggery artists. It's just so not us. We just take it over, take it back, Constitution, all that stuff, man. I still believe that. I think we can. We got to have the right leader. I got an army of street performers looking to perform. I wish I could put them to work. Buried. How you doing? Hi, Valerie. How are you? Ray Carr and Bob Hall. Always good to see you, Bob. Great as always learning. Thanks so much. That's what I love, because I learn too. I learn from you guys, from everything I get into. I'm just glad that I found kindred spirits to share it with, because the best part about learning something is from someone is teaching them something, because it's give and take. Just like a band and a crowd. If the band is playing and the crowd is sitting on their hands and they're not dancing, we feel just like them. But if they get up at the first song and start dancing, then we'll give them our best, because it feeds off of each other. It's something you really can't explain. I put my name in. Well, it's good to see you, Barry. I've been worried about you lately. I just haven't seen you, and well, it's good to see you back. Anyways, because you've been with me a long time, and I get a soft spot for folks to stay with me, because that means a lot. It does. I gotta go before 6 hours. I might come back, because I hate leaving. I really do, but I know I got to sooner or later. And then there'll be next week, and I gotta get ready, because I could not write the Jeopardy. I wrote it down, but I didn't get to transfer it. It's a lot of work. It can't be wrong, number one. And I just gotta make sure everything's right, double check it, write it out, and then put it onto there. I'll get to that next time, I promise. And I'm working for Patreon. I'm also going to be delivering chapter, I believe it's 4 of Saturn Myth, and I'm going to get back into the Giants again. I also found something on Roswell that I think I'm going to read just to explore it and see if there's any there. Because, you got to have an open mind, just not so open. Your brain falls off. Oh, and I found a nice one on the lost civilization of Lemuria and the rise and fall of Atlantis. That sounds interesting. That's going to be coming. Of course, Electric Universe and Saturn Theory is close to my heart. Saturn loves you all indeed, Jared. Jared's been a super supporter for a long time. 40 months. Love you. All right, guys. I'm going to go. I'll see you next time. Thanks for coming. And I'll let this song finish out and probably close it down because I have to. I'm at 5 hours and 49 minutes, so I gotta go before 6 or I can't edit. And I'm expecting the worst and hoping for the best when I listen back. We had some glitches in that conversation with Ted. They were telling me Mike was cutting out, but I guess I believe him now because I didn't get a chance to listen to it. Alright, I'm done battling. I got more stuff coming, so please stay with me and let's explore together. It's great. Alright, take care.
Val MCB said, sorry I missed most of the show, didn't get a notification and had some drama to deal with. My kid is being bullied by a dozen boys that are 16 to 17 and mine is only 13.
Read a few lines to you I forgot. These are lines I got from Velikovsky's chapter. Amazing. Check this out. Fly upon the wings of the wind. Sun's car, splendor burning. Misty eyes of morning gray. Crimson the face of fading day. With a scourge wrapped in affliction. Repay mortals, flush burning dawn, that happens which yet have never Tonight was a blast, like always. I promise Jeopardy next week. Frank is the sitting champion. So dethrone him. I will be there for sure.